الحرام واتقوا الله واعلموا الحج أشهر معلومات فمن فرض فيهن الحج فلا رفث ولا فسوق ولا جدال في الحج وما تفعلوا من خير يعلمه الله وتزودوا فإن خير الزاد التقوى واتقون يا أولي الألباب ليس عليكم جناح أن تبتغوا فضلا من ربكم فإذا أفضتم من عرفات فاذكروا الله عند المشعر الحرام واذكروه كما هداكم وإن كنتم من قبله لمن الضالين ثم أفيضوا من حيث أفاض الناس واستغفروا الله إن الله غفور رحيم فإذا قضيتم مناسككم فاذكروا الله كذكركم آباءكم أو أشد ذكرا فمن الناس من يقول ربنا آتنا في الدنيا وما له في الآخرة من خلاق ومنهم من يقول ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار أولئك لهم نصيب مما كسبوا والله سريع الحساب واذكروا الله في أيام معدودات فمن تعجل في يومين فلا إثم عليه لمن اتقى واتقوا
Is yours, Prof.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya wal mursalin. Wa ala alihi wa man tabi'u bi ihsanin ila yaumiddin. Dr. Sultan Emir and the teams of these workshops from KNEKS, I think, and various universities, and all participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
And let me share. I have not distributed this PowerPoint yet. I will give to Nadia at the end of the workshop for you to, as your basically for your records. Right? And in today's sessions, kind of following up of the task number 1 that we have, that all of us have to do. The introductions, writing introductions, and providing, in these sessions, I will provide some reviews or some comments, the main one of the introduction that has been written. Right? And in the first workshops, there were 71 topics submitted. Right? But in the introductions, I received 58 introductions submitted. 13 have not been submitted yet. And let's see how that 13 will come up. But for this workshop, I will not touch on the 13 that have not been submitted. I will go and go through, not all of them, because I think it's quite impossible for me to look at one by one and give you a detailed feedbacks of the introductions that has been written. Right? So what I would do in these sessions is basically first, right? Let's see, let me enlarge the screen. Right? The first one, right? I will just go through a little bit briefly of the updates. As I mentioned, 58 have been submitted, right? And then the first part, what I would do in the first part is to provide you based on my reading. And I have to admit that not all that I have read, but then I read quite many to just get some feel of the introduction that has been written and what would be or what are the major basically comments that I have on introductions for the purpose that you basically can incorporate, all of you can get that comments back and then incorporate and improve your writings. And I think I have noted in the first workshop, your writing will never be the final draft, which means that from time to time, we may come back to the introductions and revise them accordingly, right? And so that's the first part. Right? There are a few things that I would like to mention, and I will give examples from your write-ups, right, regarding the comments that I have made, right? And then in the second part, right, at first I plan to pick up, let's say, the 10, but 10 would be quite many because based on my experience, if I go through more than 5, for example, in order to provide you example, more or less is kind of being with you and providing you a live revisions of your introductions. How should introduction look like based on information that has been provided? So I pick up roughly 5 examples in all the fields. I have 1 in Islamic capital markets, and I have 2, I think, in Islamic banking, and I have 1 in Wakaf, and then have 1 in other topics that I have picked up and to demonstrate to you based on the general comments that I have made, how should we revise or how should we structure our introductions, right? Now, before I go through those, right, let me hear from you first of all the participants, right? When you try to get the information that you need to fill in, because I give you the task, for example, right, your topics, that one example I give you, and then ask you whether you can find some discussions within the professional circles or in practices within the industries, within the policy-making circles, right? Are there any discussions? Is there any discussion on the topic? Right? So that basically try to look at the practical relevance of your topic. And then I ask you to look into basically the theoretical foundations of your subjects. And I ask you to fill in some statistics, if you have some statistics related to your subjects, right? And then I ask you a few empirical studies on more or less the same topic that has been done, right? Can you review them? And then can you note or can you basically mention how differences your topic would be or your method would be, right? Or your research would be from the existing studies, how different. And then I mentioned to you in terms for you need to fill in, what would you think of your contributions, right? If, for example, you are completing the research, what would be your contributions, right? And then finally, just to think of the data set, whether you have data or not, and how you are going to collect the data. So based on those things that I have asked you, that do you have any feedback, any comments any issues that you encountered when you try to put all those informations together. Right? Anyone? Because we have 58 of you that have submitted, and of course, not all of them fill that form, but 58 introductions I have received, right? So do you have any comments that you would like to make once you try to gather information and try to put into the forms? Yeah, anyone can try. Don't be afraid, because we learn together as we go along from series 1, 2, 3. There should be more interactions, because when you do more writing, when you do more research, for example, there must be something coming up, right? Because if you try to do, if, for example, you have not tried anything, of course, you don't have questions, right? But now if you try to do something, you try to write, you try to go and search for the information to be put into the form, right? You must have some information. You must have some comments, some issues that you would like to share with the groups. Anyone?
Yes, please, Bapak Ibu.
Yeah.
Yes, Prof. Thank you very much for your input in the last session, and then we try to accommodate your suggestion in our introduction and also filling the table.
Okay.
One of the challenges that we are facing is that based on your suggestion, we try to cover into the cross-country comparisons. Yeah,
okay.
But in terms of the filling the introduction table, we are quite difficult to find the data, the statistic about the global data on the subject that we research. So that is one of the obstacle that we are facing. And then the second one is also about the cross-country comparisons. We are facing difficulty. For example, when we are trying to do the introduction for the Islamic capital market, and then we come into the refinitiv icon, and then we come to the indices. But like, for example, we are facing difficulty how we can, know what company included in those indices, and the methodology in deriving the indices. Maybe that's, thank you very much, Prof.
So more or less, you face the problem in the context of data, right? The statistics,
data, right?
Yeah, the statistic and so on. Okay, so statistic and data and the indices and so on. Okay, it's good. I will try to touch on what you have mentioned later on with respect to your topic. What type of statistic that you need for you to be able to build up a good introductions. Okay? So any others that would like to share? Okay, let us all the participants to mute unless you want to speak. Right, you mute first because we hear the sound in the background. Okay, now it's okay. Now, anyone else would like to share? Yeah. I heard someone want to say something. Unmute yourself first, and then yeah, you can share with us. One more person?
Assalamualaikum, Prof.
Ya, waalaikumsalam. This Ahmad.
Yeah,
okay.
Right, Prof. Muhammad Hidayat. My research topic is Islamic Banking and Finance.
Okay.
I'm focusing on Indonesian context, Islamic banking Indonesian context.
Okay.
What I like to know is, in an introduction, whether I have to put the trend in the global to my paper, or directly Indonesian context. do not include the global trend. Maybe
Okay.
for instance, my topic is about electronic banking. Uh, do I have to put maybe how about trend in a global regarding the electronic banking? Then I link to Indonesian context, or I can directly in the introduction just put Indonesian context.
Okay. Good. So these are the question that you have in terms of writings, right? Writing the introductions, right? How should you start, right?
Yes.
Basically, should you start by giving the global trends or going
Yes.
directly into the Indonesian context with respect to the subject that you are looking at, right? So I
Okay.
think Ahmad Hidayat, basically your topic is on uh, the adoptions of
Electronic
digital,
banking.
yeah, electronic banking, right?
Okay.
The
Yes.
platform and so on. So those are good, right? And it's good that you put the number of your paper in front so that I can refer to your introductions directly and try to look at. Okay, these are good
Yeah.
things. Of course, in terms of what you have asked, right? Once Nur Hidayah mentions basically in terms of what type of statistic that need to be put in, if there is any, in the introductions, right? And then in terms of starting point, how should we start? So these are things that we are going to discuss in this class, and I will come back hopefully in these two articles, because once you participate, of course, I have to give you the benefits, right, in terms of providing or using your introduction as perhaps an example to look at how should we start in terms of writing, right? So that's good, right? And throughout my presentations, right, feel free to interrupt, right? Basically, you can raise your hands or you can put in a chat, right, that you would like to ask some things, or you can raise your hands, or you just simply can unmute and then just interrupt. There's no problems. If you have anything that you would like to ask, right, regarding my explanations. Now, before I go into detail a little bit, basically, in moving forward, for example, when you send anything to me, please name your file as paper number first, because very important, your paper number, because there are the paper number at the back, right? Because and then I have to match, try to search, because when paper number at the back, when I put in the file, it's not in the order. Just put paper number first and your names and short titles of your articles, right? And then moving forward also, right? Please send in the Word file. Do not convert them to PDF. The very simple reasons, as you write more and more, right, I may need to provide you feedback and then also revise a little bit for you. And then as part of feedback, right? Because in the workshops, normally I will give you general comments, a guideline, and so on. But then off the workshop, which means offline, right? I think we should be able to communicate. If you need more details with respect to your work, and in that case, I can provide you basically comments on what you have written and put basically revisions and markups, markings of revisions or question that I would like to raise and so on in your Word file. I do not know how to do PDF. In fact, PDF can be done, but it's better to do in the Word file, because I can track the changes, right, that I would like to suggest. I can paste a note on your Word file, right? And also the papers must be in English. I think I received one, not in English yet. I think you have to basically convert into the English, because if in Bahasa Indonesia you write better than me, I will not be able to provide basically a feedback in the context of writing, right? And all required tasks must be submitted. For series number 1, I give you the fill form that you need to fill, and also I ask you to write your introductions. And that one really important part, because the field form allow me to quickly look at your thought process in terms of finding information and put in there, and allow me to read quickly of what you have in mind with respect to your work, right? And introductions, I would like to see based on information there, how you structure your introductions. And that's why I would like to have both, right? I would like to have both. And it will help me in terms of speed up my reading too, when I have a field form, because I can just scan through. And then if I read introduction, maybe it takes a little bit more time. Of course, 3 pages, I have 50 of them. But then you have field form, I can scan through. For example, I said, many of you have problem with this part, then I can scan through in the field form whether these are common problems in all of you or not, so that I can give the right feedbacks, right? So those are very important to me in terms of information that you provide, because I would like to look at whether you are able to pick up the right information or not for you to be able to incorporate into your introductions, right? And feedbacks, selected papers that are submitted, which means that I'm not going to be able to mention all of them. And that's why in terms of after this, that the offline communication between us will become more and more important as you write more and more, right? Because in the workshop, 4 hours, I think Azizon knows, we did this before with Azizons and the team. It took us quite long time for just to give feedback of one introductions, right? And you see later on one introduction, because it's not so easy to give feedback live, right? Because I have not written anything yet rewrite anything yet regarding your introduction, because I want to show you live in terms of how we should approach introductions. So it will take some time, so even for one introductions, right? And then for those who have not submitted your topic, I didn't say will not be discussed. Doesn't mean no longer be discussed, right? You still can submit, but then it will be offline because I cannot come back to introductions, right? Because we have to proceed to the next, but still you can do, and you can move along with us in terms of your writing, right? And then at the end, hopefully, and when you have not submitted introduction, we still hope that basically you come up at the end of our 10 series, a first draft of your articles or of your paper, right? And one more thing, the submitted introduction that you have there, please remember this would not be your final draft, because later on when you move into your analysis, things may change, and you have to come back to introductions and modify accordingly. But the most important part why we want to write introduction, because it provides us a framework on how we should proceed next and so on, because these are basically the blueprints of the whole thing that you try to do, contained in your introductions. And that's why we have to be clear first of what we need to do, and we have to write clearly introductions. Now, the most important part here, that I'm not going to give you a lot of comments regarding the writing part, like grammatical errors, the structure of the sentences, because in writing, for example, as long as you have enough or sufficient information, right, in terms of grammatical errors and sentence structure and so on, can be edited later on. Right? The most important part basically is basically you have the information, and the story, even if the grammatical errors are there, the story that you tell basically is understandable. And that one more important part, right? Grammatical errors, editing part will be the final stage when we have the first draft, right? And that's why I emphasize a lot in terms of filling the form and get the information that you want to put in, right? Now, in terms of the update so far, if we look at the update so far, in terms of the updates that we have, as I mentioned to you, there are 71 for papers that we start with, and there are
Alhamdulillah mulai. Ojo ragu-ragu.
Yeah, please mute. And
Berdoa,
there are 58 introductions submitted, right? There are 58 introductions submitted, and out of those 58 submitted, few of them just submitted one, which means few submitted.
Wait, Prof. Pak Rozak, mohon maaf Pak Rozak, bisa di-mute Pak.
Host, tolong dikontrol, host. Tolong dikontrol.
Atau Mbak bisa di-mute ya Mbak.
Tolong dikontrol semuanya.
Okay, then some few of them submit only the field form, so I will not be able to see how you take that information and write the introductions, right? And few of them give me only introduction without having the field form, and that one also quite I have to look through. Take me some time to look through introductions and try to see whether the main elements of introductions are there or not, right? So it's basically I focus first of the task or the submissions that have both the field form and introductions, right? And these are just basically give you I will give you back. These are kind of status. The red one is the one that have not submitted yet, and the yellow one is the one that just give not submitted according to what is needed, which means that field form as well as introductions. For example, paper number 6 give me the full paper, for example. Now we try to build up step by step. Because good full paper, I will be able to provide you basically feedback at the end. So once you have the full draft of the article, but now I just want to see your thought process, how you fill in information first, and then how you structure the introductions. Right? So I put the yellow there, that you will see all these things and all others. This just kind of repeating all the 71 topics where few of them just submit into only without the field form, right? So these are no. I will try to give the feedbacks of all the article, but not in this workshop, but perhaps in terms of our offline communication later on, so that I can give you a little bit more details and more personalized or customized feedbacks, right? 71 of the 58 introductions that has been submitted. This workshop just to go through what are my main comments that I would like to make on the introduction that has been written, right? Together with few examples for us to look at, and then perhaps when we go back after this workshop, you go back and try to reread your introductions, and then revise your introductions, right? And once you revise introduction, at the same time proceed to the next step, right? So all these things must be dynamic, which means that there's no such thing as in writing, you complete introduction and that's complete step. No, you complete introduction, you go to the next step, but at the same time, you still refer back to your introductions and maybe you need to rewrite your introduction. This one just to give you the list of the status of the article. Later on, I will try to do a better job in terms of providing the statistics, right? So I don't have to repeat all the slides here, but just introductions, the article that has not been, of the introduction that has been submitted, 58 of the 71 topics, I have your introductions. Few of them do not have introduction, just the field forms, right? Now, I would like to give basically my general comment first, right? that I have in your write-ups, right? And with these comments, I will try to give the examples, an example as much as possible of what do I mean by this, right? So that you can see from the comment that I have made, right? And the article that has been, or the introduction that has been written, where they are lacking, right? Because it's good that all of you have completed, that one achievement that you have done, but now it's more or less assessments of what you have done. And in terms of assessments, we try to improve, right? And do not feel disheartened, right? Or do not feel demotivated, right? Because I will try to provide the comments as direct as possible. Because in the field of publication, for example, when you send to the journals, sometimes, or not sometimes, most of the time, the comments will be very harsh, right? But then as researchers, we have to take whatever comments coming in positively, right? Because the process of research is process of learning, right? We would like to know, and the process of research is process of learning, as well as the process of getting new knowledge. And that's what we need to understand, right? So I will try to be as direct as possible, right? And sometimes being the Indonesians, Malay ataupun rumpun Melayu, we are quite sensitive, right, when we say things, right? So but then I will not be reserved in terms of giving my comments, right? Because I would like you to look at positively of what I'm going to say, and then going back and try to see your introductions, right? And the main part that I found in majority of, or not majority, most of the introductions that you have made, right? The main part that I've seen, right? Now, the opening paragraph, I think Ahmad Hidayat had mentioned in terms of how to introduce, right? And what I see in terms of the opening paragraphs do not seem to introduce the issues, right? Because when we do research, right, as what we have discussed in the first series, right, we have problems, right? We have situations, right? We have issues that we try to resolve, and that the objective of research, right? So basically, the opening paragraph, right, that I look at, many of them do not seem to introduce the issues that to be investigated, right? Now, we are writing for the journal, for the journals, right? Which means we are writing a journal articles, right? We are not writing a thesis, right? Where thesis, you have the liberty to provide a lot of background in the introductions, right? A lot of background, and you have a lot of space, which means that you have a lot of pages to write. But in the journals, basically, we have to be direct in terms of introducing the subject that we would like to investigate it. What are the issues there, right? And these issues must be backed by practical, relevant, theoretical debates and or statistics. Of course, you may not be able to put all those three. If you have those three, that would be very important, right? In terms of enhancing your introductions, that can make your introductions captivating, which means people have interest to look at, right? But in many of the introductions, I don't see that coming. I will give you some example, and for those that your examples, right? I will try. I have some question in the chats, but I will try to come back and later on when after I give you these parts, right? There are a few introductions after this first session. Let me go through this one first, and for the question has been raised in the chat rooms. Now, as I mentioned, your paragraph do not seem to introduce the issues, right? Because when people look at, right, the introductions, right, then they know what are the subject that you try to look at, and they know some problems, something that we do not have the answer yet. Right? We do not have concrete answer yet, right? And that's why it requires analysis, it requires research, right? So which means that for me, in even the first and two paragraph, right? Ideal in the first, but then if you have to lengthen it up, maybe in the first and the second paragraph, you have to introduce your issues, right away, right? And then you have to tell and you have to inform why your research objective, right? Why would your research objective that you are going to state later on, or why the issues that you have mentioned, right, are of relevance and of interest? Why we need to look at those things, and that's why the practical relevance and theoretical debates and or statistics coming in, right? So when we say practical, relevant, theoretical debate, statistic, all of these things must be closely related to the issues that you try to raise, the problems that you try to investigate, right? Not any general discussions, not any general theory or general statistics. Must be closely related to the problems that you try to investigate, right? I will give you some examples here of basically the introductions that have been written. I pick up few introductions here, right? And these are from paper number 13, right? Just these are the first paragraph of the article number 13, right? If you look at here, right? If we write, if we read this introduction, this is the first paragraph, right? That said, Indonesia and most of the world has been dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic since early 2020, right? So if I read these introductions, for example, of course, I know for what would be the issue that would be investigated because I have a topic, but let's say you don't look at the topic. And this is the introduction that has been written, right? Indonesia and most of the world has been dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic since early 2020. Now, so I know for sure that you are looking at something related to the pandemics. That the spread rate was massive, right? And relatively short-term rate. This basically means that the spread rate of the COVID-19 is very fast, right? And then in response to that spreads, leading to restrictive limitations on physical interactions and health guidelines that must be adhered to, right? Which mean the policy responses and so on, right? And the third sentence still on COVID-19, the WHO also declared the COVID-19 pandemic as a global emergency due to its impact on people worldwide. Right? COVID-19, still on COVID-19, you still describe COVID-19 is a virus that infects humans and becomes a global pandemic that caused the death of hundreds of thousands of people worldwide, causing crisis in various sectors of life, specifically the economic and financial sectors. Right? So basically the first part there, you introduce COVID-19 and so severe, creating the crisis in various sectors, right? Including economic as well as financial sectors. Now, the next one, you shift the gear a little bit or totally use different gear, or maybe you drive different car, right? You're coming up with Islamic banking is one of the financial industries that has been affected by the long-term pandemic, but was also an ideal time to encourage people's economy. So now you have put in COVID, okay? You are putting in Islamic banking, okay? But now becomes so quite uncertain a little bit because when you put Islamic banking on one side, you mentioned that Islamic banking is affected by the pandemic, right? It's affected by the pandemic. But at the same time, you also mentioned that during this time of pandemic is the ideal time for Islamic banking to promote basically to play a positive role, I guess, in terms of positive role for the economy, right? So there are two parts. Now I'm start thinking in terms of this case. When I look at this, okay, your article tried to do something on COVID-19, but which exactly the issues that the writing is leading me to? Are you going to look at the impact of COVID-19 on Islamic bank, right? On Islamic bank, or are you going to look at what is the role of Islamic banking during the time of COVID-19? So now it's come two, and that's why I said the introductions basically doesn't introduce the issues. Right? When people look at, people understand this is the issues that will be introduced, right? credit or financing relaxation for people affected by the COVID-19 pandemic is one of the Financial Service Authority's policies to encourage people and strengthen bank stability and efficiency during the pandemic. And now you introduce basically the policies response, right? But then in the first paragraph, basically when you look at this thing, it's very difficult, it's not clear, or I'm not certain what would be the objective, what this paragraph will lead me to, right? Because on one hand, right, on one hand, you are talking about the performance that of Islamic banking that might be affected, or you said has been affected, for example. So this kind of effect that has been put in has been affected by the pandemics. And the second, you look at, these are the ideal time for the Islamic banking to play its roles in the economy, right? And credit or financing relaxation, which means that I think perhaps there is moratorium, for example, that has been provided by the banks and financial service authorities policies that will promote bank stability and efficiency during the pandemic. So if you look at this case, I'm not so sure yet what would be the research objective of this article, or at least the general issue that you would like to introduce, right, in this article, just in the first paragraph, because I can add in the second paragraph, I can go through and so on, right? So these are basically one of the examples that I said that you do not directly introduce your topic and go to the issues, right, which is backed by practical relevance of your issues that you try to look at, or backed by the theoretical relevance of what you try to do, right? So this is one of the introductions, right? And my feedback, of course, I will not be able to touch for all 58 articles in the first paragraph, but this is just one example. And there are many other examples too. One other example that I would like to put in, right? These are the other articles, right? We look at consumers tend to have concerns about COVID-19. So shopping online is an alternative for consumers, right? So now the concern over COVID-19, so that one statement that has been made, and then shopping online is an alternative for consumers, right? So the two statements, right? You have concern about COVID. Maybe you would like to say that the situation that we have right now have basically pave way for people or direct people to use shop online platform for shopping. Right? On the other hand, the marketplace service system is still at risk of failure. Right? There have been 304 complaints from e-commerce customers since 2017. OJK report online frauds reaching tens of thousands, which is mostly caused by shopping items not being sent after payments is made. Several cases of incompatibility of goods received with information provided on the marketplace often occur, and even the phenomenon of online purchases that are paid for on the spot but fail and harm the sellers. Right? And you look at can harm buyers, sellers, and so on. Now, when I look at this thing, right, for this paragraph, right, you have statistic, and this statistic is highly relevant for the topic that you try to look at. But the way that the statistic has been put in, it doesn't back the issues that you try to basically address, that you try to address, right? And in fact, this topic is a very interesting topic. When I read through the introduction, a very interesting topic that try to look at whether the platform that you have, the platform that you have in terms of features, whether you have halal logos and many type of things that you put in there, right? will basically enhance or lead to more e-satisfactions. If I'm not mistaken, number 66, right? Article number 66, right? These statistics are good and it fit well into the introductions, but then we do not know exactly what are the issues here. Yeah? What try to be resolved here. So that's why I said the introductions have not basically introduced the issues. You go to the second one and so on, and you go below there. Now start to understand because of these complaints, because of the reputations of the online shopping as a result of these statistics and so on, right? How to enhance basically the credibility of online shoppings or of online platform, right? Can Islamic outlook of the online platform enhance credibility? So that's something that's coming in. So more or less in the area of marketing, right? So you look at statistics are there, your information are there. The only thing is the way you incorporate information in and structure or begin your introductions. So these two examples are kind of have two different type of problems. The first one here, as I mentioned here, it doesn't lead to specific issues because based on first paragraph, I would guess there are two different things or that you try to look at. As I mentioned, whether you are trying to look at the impact of COVID-19 on Islamic banking, or you try to look at the role of Islamic banking during the time of COVID-19. And second ones, we do not know, but statistics is very important. It's very practical to look at this thing. Why? Because of the issues in the online shopping and so on. But which aspect of online shopping that you try to look at? Okay. So basically, general topic that you try to look at, you are going to look at online shopping, and these are the complaints. But what exactly that you try to look at have not been mentioned yet here. As I mentioned, in terms of writing an article, if we can be the more direct, right, writing and lead directly to your issues, that would be a better in terms of journal article writing. Now, let me give you the third one, right? The third one here. Now, look at the third one, right? Look at very direct in terms of the introductions, right? A persistent issue in development economics involve the impact of foreign aid in terms of boosting economic growth in the recipients, right? So these are the issues, right, that they try to look at, right? So you look at, it's very direct in terms of introducing. Of course, you need not follow exactly like this, but then we know in the introductions that, okay, these are what they try to look at. Now, and then they back it up by the empirical debates on the topics, right? On the topic. Now, if you look at the way that has been written, empirical debates, and later on, if you read these articles, they'll put in the practical, right? I will mention a little bit what are the practical aspects they try to put in, where at the end, right, it convinces reader that this is really an issue that we have to look at, right? So that the intentions of your introductions, you introduce the issues and you have to convince this is something that we have to look at. Readers look at, yes, we have to look at this thing, right? So if you look at in terms of the write-up here, the empirical literature on these issues surveyed by such and so on has provided ambiguous evidence. Okay, we do not know yet how foreign aid in terms affect economic growth. Some studies that has been mentioned are more favorable in providing positive impacts, and that's why in terms of literature review that I asked you to fill in, you may get something from that. Right? In general, in terms of finding, subsequent study did not have positive impact. Subsequent study have been more favorable, right? And then yet, the most recent article that has been done, and this article has been published far back, Rajan and Subramanian have conducted an extensive study on the growth impact of AIDS and have found no evidence of a significant effect over the last decades. yes, we do not have the answer to the problems. We have the problems. And the second paragraph, right, if you have access to these articles, right, they mention that policies makers in many developing countries are asking for aid, and they informs basically the World Bank and the IMF that the aid that they receive is not sufficient. Right? So you look at from the empirical literature, aid is not important, but from practice, people need more aid because for them it's more important. So you look at they are conflicting there between our understanding in terms of the impact of AIDS and on the ground, where many governments of poor, many less developed countries, they are seeking for aid, and they inform that what they have received are not sufficient. Right? So you look at in terms of this case, right away they introduce the problems, and they convince that this is really a problem that we need to seek the answer because we don't have the answer yet. And in practices, we need to decide why, because there are a lot of debate that people say the aid is not sufficient. They need more aid for them to grow, right? So you look into this case, they provide this. And for your information, this introduction is not from your introductions. It's from one of the journal article that I picked it up, just to basically compare with what you have written, right? What I say, you have to be more direct in terms of introducing your topics. Okay? You have to be more direct in terms of introducing your topics. Right? And that one very important part. Right? I will go to the second part entire in terms of deconstruct your introductions and reconstruct back your introductions, which means I try to provide live examples in terms of how we should write introductions, be more direct in terms of conveying what we try to do. Right? And we look at the first one here. Right? The first one here. Now, if I can share with you, in terms of the first one is paper number 13, as I mentioned, and I use. Look at right, paper number 13. Right? Try to look at basically the impact of COVID-19 pandemics on Islamic bank and conventional bank performance in Indonesia. Right? Indonesia. So that's the first one. But then the introduction doesn't tell that, right? You're not so sure because you only mention Islamic bank, but not conventional banks, right? And you emphasize a lot on the COVID-19, for example, right? But then if you are able, for example, to look at this topic within the existing literature, a more broader literature, maybe you would start your introductions in a different way, rather than basically starting with Indonesia. Now, of course, Indonesia is part of it would be your samples. That would be your samples because you focus on the banks of Indonesia. But the issues that you try to look at here, how COVID-19 pandemics or the crisis affect the performance of Islamic bank and conventional bank. And I would say that you try to look at whether there are different impact or not between those two. So I would say these are things that you try to do, but the introduction have not introduced that, right? And for the second one, as I mentioned, for number 66 here, if I'm not mistaken, right, these are try to look at the halal tayyiban, basically on how it affects e-satisfactions and how it affects royalty of the customers and so on. Right? So these are basically what you try to look at, but introduction doesn't lead to that. And so that's what it means that when I look at your introductions, for examples, right? Now, introductions, for example, right? you have to state your contribution. Someone asked whether you have to state what are new, right, in your introduction. No, you have to state what are the contribution that you have made, but not right away in the first paragraph. In the first paragraph, you just need to introduce your topic, become more direct, right? Basically, do not need to provide facts, because these are the first one, for example, provide a lot of facts, right? You provide a lot of facts, which are people already know. People would like to know what would be your topics, what would be your issue that you try to raise. People know, but we are affected by COVID. People know it's spreading fast. People, they know that COVID has been declared as pandemic by World Health Organizations, right? And the impact of pandemic is far-reaching on all sectors and so on. But we know all these things. But then, what exactly did you try to look at in terms of the implications of the COVID-19? I guess in terms of this case, you should be more direct in the context of introducing your topics in the first paragraph, right? So that the first note that I have, right, in terms of this case. I will open up later on. So let me go through first. I open up here for question and answer, and have seen, as I mentioned in the chat box, some have asked certain things, right? But let me give you all the general comments that I have first regarding the introduction that I have read, right? And we can work together later on in terms of basically rewrite your introductions, right? So that's the first one. The third one I mentioned to you here, basically journal article is so clear. And in fact, you can take a good journal article and see how they start the introductions. And more or less, you can start in the same way, right? You can take 10, 20 of the articles. Doesn't have to be in your topic, but in different topics that look more or less using the same framework, more or less the impact of this on this. For example, right? COVID-19, you can look at even the article that evaluate the impact of crisis, global financial crisis on bank, for example. And the only thing difference, they look at the global financial crisis, you look at COVID-19 and try to see how they start their introductions, right? So what I try to say here, you have to be more direct and go to your issues, right? Rather than try to be too general in your opening paragraph, right? And stimulate right away the interest by informing that these issues need to be resolved. Right? For example, you look at this introduction, of course, this need to be resolved. Why? Because there are debates, and there are people, and the study said that there no evidence of significant impact, but yet in the next paragraph, right, developing countries are asking for more aid. Right? You look at, well, study said no impact, right? But people are asking for more aid. What's going on here? Is there really an impact? Right? Is really what we have given or the aid to developing countries not sufficient as what has been cleared? Right? So all these type of things create or generate interest for people to look further or to read further into your articles. So that's the first one. Right? The second one, right? Now, critical foundations. And based on the introduction that I picked up, right, in all of them, right, not in most of them, in all of them, I found a problem that you have in terms of getting what are the theories behind your subject under your study, right? And basically, many of you are not able, right? Many of you are not able to cite the right theories, right? And what I found out here, the theories are too general, right? And the theories are not directly related to your research objective, right? Or the issues that you introduced in the first paragraph, right? And you have not highlighted the critical debates, right? Because the end, right, your introductions, you try to convince the readers that this topic need to be investigated, must be investigated. And that's what you need to convince the readers, must be investigated. So what it means from this case, in your introduction, you should not provide the answer to your research objective. Right? You should not provide answer to your research objective. Right? For example, here, yeah, here, in your introduction here, you already provide the answer because you have stated here, Islamic banking is one of the financial that has been affected. Right? Now, that the answer, if your, for example, objective to look at the impact of COVID-19, right, on Islamic banking, is that your objective? You did have answered this, has been affected. Right? So if you look, your introduction must be, the way you write must be more of putting uncertainty of the answer. Right? We have not enough knowledge to address these issues. And that's why I have to do research. I have to go out and try to get the answer, right? So it's basically, you look at, in terms of this case, when you introduce the theories behind your subject, try to look at various alternative explanations available out there, right, that are related to your topics. I give you an example here, as mentioned. This article tries to focus on the impact of COVID-19 on Islamic bank and conventional bank. So my guess would be you try to evaluate whether those two types of banks will be affected differently by the COVID-19. And you have some theoretical foundation that you think that Islamic bank may be affected less as compared to conventional bank. Right? But what are the theoretical reasons? When you say theoretical foundation, it doesn't have to be the full-blown theory. And sometimes it's sufficient to explain how the relation between the variables are expected to be. What are the reasons behind it? What are the mechanisms behind that? Right? You need to explain those. Right? For example, let's say that you look at whether banks should diversify and what might be the impact on that diversification on risk. You have to explain. Or diversification is based on, for example, risk minimizations. The more diversified you are, right, basically the less risk would be, and that diversification theory, right? So you have to come up with that type of explanation, theoretical foundation, but then try to highlight as much as possible. Is there any debate, the theoretical fronts related to the research or the issues that you try to investigate? Right? So basically, these are the things that you have to look at. What are the competing theories there? Right? What are the competing theories? Not just one theory, but what are the competing theories that explains that underline your research objective or your research issues, right? This one have not been given. And I think I found this in, I would say, all articles, right, that have been, or all introductions that have read. You have problems in terms of critical foundations of the subject matters. These are two examples, right, that I give you. Again, sorry for picking up article number 13, because these articles is an article that you can, the writing you can get benefit a lot from those who have written on the global financial crisis and its impact on conventional and Islamic bank. The only thing difference, you are looking at COVID-19, right, or health crisis or the pandemic that we have right now, right? When I ask you basically, what would be the critical theories behind it? You say comparative study between Islamic and conventional banking and profitability theory. I'm not sure what exactly profitability theory, okay? And Islamic banking with profit loss sharing theory and interest rate theory. So I'm not sure what that theory exactly. It's better for you. I think you have something in mind here, right? You may have something in mind in the sense that the profit sharing foundation of Islamic banking make Islamic bank to be less affected. Why? Because the risk is shared equally unlike in the context of conventional bank, the risks are not shared equally. As a result, banks at the time of crisis, they may face a lot of problems as compared to Islamic bank. So these are type of explanation that need to be given, right, in the term of theoretical foundations. So the way you write is too general. But when you say interest rate theory, people do not know exactly what it means by interest rate theory, what it means by profit and loss sharing theory, what it means by profitability theory. We do not know exactly. And that's why you have to put more explanations, right? And the article number 28, right? When asked the theory, it said banks are one of the main factors driving a country's economy. The bank also serves as an institution that become means in the implementation of government monetary policy, right? But these are not theories. When you say theories, theories must state what are basically here, right? Competing theory that underlie your research objective. If your research objective to look at the relationship between Y and X, what the theory said about that relations between Y and X, and that's what you have to come up with, right? In terms of theories, okay? And of course, you get this thing from the reading, right? From the reading. You have to explain the expected relationships between the variables that you try to look at, right? Some look at, for example, you look at financial inclusion and growth, right? And when I ask about theory, you see the theory that we use is growth theory, financial inclusion theory, right? And then asking myself, what exactly the growth theory related to the relationship between financial inclusion and growth? What you need to bring up in terms of theory is that from theoretical point of view, how would financial inclusions affect economic growth? What are the mechanisms, right? That are something that you need to explain. Of course, you can cite the general theories, but then what exactly the mechanism? So those are things that you need to put in your theoretical foundations, right? When you have to fill in, right? And I found that this part, you have a lot of problems, right? In terms of citing and getting the right theoretical foundations for the hypothesis or research objective that you try to look at, right? And that one, something that we have to look further. And I think something that require more reading, try to search through, right? For example, let me look at article number 28, for example, right? That we try to look at here. Article number 28, right? Interesting, right? Again, the same thing. You try to look at both of these articles, right? Have the same objective, which means to look at the impact of pandemic on Islamic banking and conventional banking. Now, when you look at those, what are typical foundations, right? Basically, that you can go out and try to take and then try to explain, right? Of course, during the time of crisis, right? Bank will be affected adversely, regardless whether Islamic bank and conventional bank. However, from theoretical point of view, Islamic bank can be affected less or more than conventional bank. See, from theoretical point of view, why Islamic bank can be affected less? What are theories behind that? Why Islamic bank can be affected more? What are the theories behind that? Right? So, which means the theoretical foundation means more of, if you look, right? If, for example, you don't have a well-established theories out there, try to focus on this part, right? From theoretical point of view, from conceptual point of view, right? What are the expected relation between those two? Positive in what way? Negative, right? Why you expect it to be negative? Why you expect to be positive? Are there any debate in terms of it being positive or negative, right? So the same thing here in terms of this case, when the Islamic bank affected more as compared to conventional bank, the COVID-19, or affected less? Is there any debate out there? So these are something that you need to bring up, right? Because introductions, right, have to basically have to generate uncertainty in terms of the answer. We are not sure yet. And that's why we need to look at. But if your introduction already provide the answer, right? Islamic bank is more profitable, Islamic bank is good, and so on, but doesn't create doubt in terms of what exactly the answer to this research question that I try to look at. Then why would we go into the research? Because research is trying to resolve the issues that we feel that the answer that we have right now is not adequate. Right? What we look at from existing studies is not adequate, and that's why we look at the critical foundations, the debates, and so on. Right? Debate and so on. Let me look. I have one questions here in the chat. Right? First, I see it quotes some peer studies on the topic. What will be it's different from the literature review sessions? Now, literature review sessions we are going to discuss basically on Monday. Right? In the introductions, of course, you mention literature, but more in generals. You do not go into details. The general of basically just to state that there are conflicting findings, just to make your point in your introductions. But in the review, you give more details. Right? So review session is the expansions, more detail, more number of articles that you review. So that difference, right? If you look at in the example introductions, they just want to highlight their conflicting findings from two parts. They do not go into detail what they have done, what method they have used, which country they look at. They just highlight some have found positive, some have found negative, right? And at the end they sum up, right? There's no significance. So that's what they try to do, right? So there are differences with the literature that you put in your introductions, with what you review in the literature review session. We are going to go into more details in terms of the literature review. Right? So these are note number 2 that I would like to mention with respect to the comments that I have in your part. And as I mentioned, right, apart from introducing your subject directly, introducing your problem, your issues directly, the main weaknesses of introduction that I found throughout your article is theoretical foundations, right? Theoretical foundations, okay? And the third one, right? The third one that I have here, right? Differences and contributions, right? Differences and contributions. So, see, if you are able to have a clear understanding of the literature, which means existing studies, and understanding of theoretical foundations of the issues that you are looking at, right? Then if you are able to look at how differences your current study would be from what you have read, right? Then you would be in a better positions to highlight your contributions. Right? Now, I see that in majority of the articles of the introductions, right, or even in terms of the form that has been filled, I observe that you are not able to state differences that you have in your present study, right, with the existing studies. What are differences? Right? You are not able to identify the differences from existing studies. Right? Now, the word cannot be just mere replications. Right? And if there exists any difference, it tends to be too generic. Right? And this difference is not strong enough to serve as contributions. Right? It can be, but it cannot be only this. It just can be the addition supplementary in terms of your contribution. Because by stating, for example, there's no or limited studies or using different sample, for example. So these are not strong enough, right? So what you need to mention is how different you are from the existing studies, and hence with this difference, right, you are able to contribute to literature in coming up with the answer, for example. Okay? So that need to be mentioned. That need to be mentioned. I will give you again an example, and I have a good example that has been given in terms of the likely good contributions, possibly good contribution that some of you try to make, as compared to existing literatures. Right? Now, differences here mean that how you approach the issues, or even the issues themselves, how are they different from what has been done before, or how you approach the issues differently, and why. You have to explain why by approaching these issues differently would be very important and would add to our further understanding of the subject. That's very important. Right? So if you look at introduction, is not something quite easy to do, because we have to put a lot of thoughts in your introductions. Okay, I would like to do on these subjects, but what might be my contributions, right? And that's why I say introduction is something that we come back and rewrite as we have the idea on how to look at things differently as compared to what has been done in existing studies, right? So it's not something that you've done, it's done, right? You may have to come back, right? And you have to put a lot of thoughts in here, right? It's not easy, right? You have to put a lot of thoughts in here, right? And the other parts that basically many of you confuse is basically the difference between contributions versus significance. Of course, in few articles that has been published, they also basically do not differentiate between contribution versus significance, right? Now, to be more exact, right? Contributions means that based on the existing literature, how different, right, you look at the issues, and hence contribute to your contribute to the subject that you are studying, right? And contribute to the knowledge, right, of the subject under the investigations, right? So which means that contribution look at from the perspective of existing studies and how you make things differences, right? How you contribute, right? You contribute in what aspect, for example, right? As compared to the existing studies. Significance is more of with the result that you have from your work, how significant that result to the people, right? To the stakeholders, to those who can get benefit from the results, and that's significance, right? So you cannot say that my contributions, right, is I contribute, my contribution is for policymakers to get the result and design policies. No, that's not contribution, that's more of significance. Contributions refer back to the subject matter, what has been done before, and how you do things differently, right? Doesn't have to be totally different, a little bit different from others. In what aspect that you look at, and you have to mention why. For example, if your contribution, for example, you look from a perspective of developing country, let's say Indonesia, you have to answer why it's so important that many people out there would like to know, right? If you look at Indonesia, right, should have interest in this. So which means you have to convince. So writing introduction is a method of a way of convince people, like convince reader why this is so important. You cannot just state, okay, my different, and look at Indonesia, why others look at many countries. That's not enough as part of your contribution, right? Of course, you're different from others because others look at China, they look at Brazil, but now you look at Indonesia. But you have to mention why Indonesia, right, would be of interest what are the new things you can bring up by looking at Indonesia that other people can learn? With your result that that brings significant to others. So these are type of things that you have to mention, right? But then I have not found this in the context of the work that has been submitted, right? The work that has been submitted. I have not found this, and that's why. And most of the times, I think there are confusions between contributions and significance. I give you an example. These are 3 examples. Okay? Again, I pick up 13, right? And I have number 1. I put number 66 backwards, right? Now, you look at the first one. This research is different from previous research because it tried to empirically prove the effect, the existence of halal mock-up as reflected by ease of use, information quality, load, speed, and so on, the effect of all these things on e-satisfaction online. Okay. Customer review and e-loyalty. Okay. This research was conducted with the target of Muslim consumer respondents, which is currently the largest. So these are contributions, but you look, these are not contributions, this is the objective of your work. Right? The objective cannot be contribution. These are my research, my contribution. By looking at this, what have contributed, right? Because we cannot say that my objective to look at the impact of the COVID-19 on Islamic banking performance. I contribute to the research, right? Because I look at the impact of COVID-19 on Islamic banking performance. No, it's not contributions, right? Contributions you have to look at, right? Basically the in general background, right? You have to be able to map basically your work with the existing work that has been done, right? If you look at into this case, halal mock-ups in terms of information quality and halal logos and so on, right? Justice, directional justice and so on. Try to look at all these aspects and how it affects basically. So your contribution is basically on in the area of more or less marketing, maybe branding, for example, right? How branding, which means you contribute to the literature on branding, on how the way that the online platform is branded or is on the outlook, right? So your contribution in that area, right, is not in terms of this back your objective, right? And you look at number 13, when I put it, what are the differences and contribution that you have made, right? And these are the differences that you put in. Sample Indonesia, right? Using 34 banks. But these are not differences that you have made. This is just telling us your subject that you look at Indonesian bank. How many banks? 34 Islamic banks and 34 conventional banks. I'm not sure whether you have 34 Islamic banks or not, but that's what has been put in. And you look at 2 dependent variables, but this is not the differences because a lot of people have looked ROA, ROE, right? And you use independent variable. What makes this to be different? Why so important? Because the topic that you are looking at, COVID-19, all these things are not relevant. By adding independent variable doesn't make the differences, right? Your study with other study because what you are looking at is COVID-19. And you said you're different, you use COVID as a dummy variable for a period of, in a normal situations and a new period, 2020. Is this enough? It's a way of approach to look at, right? And you said you use least square dummy variable and so on, but these are not differences, right? Now, look at into this case, right? Very interesting. Number 1 here, right? Which I would say these are the examples that basically provide an examples that give contributions that you look at here. They mentioned majority of previous research focused on microfinance institutions, credit corporations, conventional peer-to-peer lending, right? So basically, this study expands the analysis of defaults, loan defaults, right? Which has previously focused on microfinancings, credit corporations, conventional Islamic bank, to the peer-to-peer lending platform. So you contribute, but looking at different platform, different type of financing. See, these are your contributions, right? And peer-to-peer lending, and you look at, right? And then mention that there exists some studies that has been done, but what makes this different? You bring up the COVID-19, right? In looking at how the COVID-19 phenomenon may influence or have influence, right? Or what factors that affect peer-to-peer lending, a borrower's characteristic, for example, which aspect of borrower characteristic during the COVID-19 affects the default rates in peer-to-peer lending, right? So you look at this, more or less provide, of course you need to have more, but then these are basically what I mean by contributions. How you add it, right? Many people have looked at those things. Few have looked at peer-to-peer lending, right? And the one that have looked at peer-to-peer lending, for example, they have not subject the analysis to the uncertain time, the crisis time. And I would like to look into this. So you look at, highlight how different the work that has been done, right? And why is this important? You have to explain why is this important, right? Why is this important? Because peer-to-peer lending is a platform, or is the financings or direct financing that has been fast growing, right? And become more and more important in the future, right? And more or less, you can also say that peer-to-peer lending is basically by bringing those parties together, and you can enhance basically Islamic economy. But for it to be enhanced, you must be able to look at what might affect the factors that may impact the growth of peer-to-peer lending. So these are type of things that you have to add in. But this is a good contributions that has been mentioned, right, in the articles, right? But this, the number 13 here, is not contribution. It just mentions your models, your dependent variable, your independent variable, your method. These are not differences that you have made. And this one just restate your objective, right? So that's why I said, I'm not going to say this one is easy, but something that you have to put in mind, basically, when we do research, basically, we talk research, we sleep research, we think research, and so on. From time to time, we have to think, how would my research be different from what I have read? Right? We have to think. Right? It may not come in at the time that we try to write introductions, but later on, when you look at, when you start, you may find out, yes, in this way I can contribute. You can add in later on in your introductions, right? But then this is what I mean by number one here, the one that I try to look at the defaults in Islamic peer-to-peer lending. When the introduction highlight, these are the contributions, and I see that these are quite good contributions that have been mentioned, differences, and then later on contributions to the area of work. So these are three main, I would say, comments that I have, three main major things, right? The way you start, the theoretical foundations, and identification of differences that you would like to make, and accordingly, the contribution of your work. So these are three main parts that I would like to highlight, right? And the more minor part, or less mains, or less major comments that I would like to make, number 4, right? The clarity of your research objective, right? And then sometimes when I read, it's still not clear regarding your research objective, right? And see, the statement of research objective must be direct. In this paper, or this paper aim to do what? Just be direct, right? State exactly what objective, right? Now, I give you here the example of paper number 39, right? After I have read the whole introductions as well as the field form, right? I ask myself, right? Your objective, is it the first one or the second one? Okay? Because most of the times, the introduction mentioned you try to look at the impact of digital financial inclusion on growth. But at certain point in the introductions, you mentioned that you try to look at the monitoring role of ICT on, not digital, sorry, this one is not digital, on financial inclusions, okay, on financial inclusions, growth relations. So I do not know exactly which one that you try to look, because these are two different things. Okay? The first objective, digital financial inclusions on growth. Right? The second one, you want to look at ICT and how this ICT affect not digital but financial inclusion on growth. So these are two different things. And in fact, these two, when you write introduction, would be different. Right? Because one, you try to look at monitoring role of ICT on FI growth relations. The other one, you like to look exactly, you get measurement of what you term as digital financial inclusions. Okay? The second one, you get three variables: ICT, measurement of ICT. Second one, measurement of financial inclusion. The third one, measurement of growth. Okay? So these are basically totally two different objectives. And that's why I say sometimes your objective must be clear. Okay? There's clarity of objective. Now, so you have to remember that providing policy recommendations should not be your objective, because that one would be the implications of your address of your research objective. Right? So your research objective, let's say, my research objective is to look at the impact of COVID-19 on bank performance. That research objective. But to provide recommendation to policymakers, and that not research objective, that one becomes the implications, right, after, right, recommendation that you would like to make after you have addressed your research objective. So you have to be clear in terms of what should be your research objective. Okay? Now, and when you look at, right, in the context of note number 5, right, debates and concern raised in practice regarding the issues to be investigated. Okay? Now, and if you look at in terms of this case, the debate and concern, which means that when you go to and try to read, let's say, professional articles, a professional magazine, we have to read a lot of news. We have to read a lot of professional magazine. If we have them, it's good. If we do not have them, it's okay too, right? Don't force yourself, try to get a lot of things, but it's good to have them because we want to see how relevant this subject in practices. Are people out there in practices, professionals, within professional circles, within policy circles, talking about this topic? And when they talk, what do they have the debates? Do they have concerns? Okay? Do they have concerns? Okay? So these are type of things that you have to look at. Okay? Do they have debates? Do they have concern? You just need to read through. Okay? If you cannot find them, it's okay. Just give you time a little bit. Put some time, 1 hour and 2 hours, try to search for the news related to those. Okay? And it should not be general statements. Okay? General statements. Now, I have ones here, again, from number 1. Right? Number 1 here. When I asked about the practical relevance, right? The article number 1, let me take a look at, right? Go back and forth here, right? Article number 1, very interesting. Try to look at the, as I mentioned, right, loan defaults in Islamic peer-to-peer lending, right? And when I asked what are the practical relevance, right? What has been mentioned, let me read to you. Number 1, they said governments of Indonesia launched the national strategy for financial inclusion in 2020 and raised its financial inclusion target up to 90% by 2024 through the emergence of fintech industry. Being less homogeneous than bank, fintech companies can create more diverse, secure and stable financial service landscape. You look at, these are not related to loan default, it's just a fact there that has been raised. So these are in no way I should consider it to be of practical relevance. Right? But then the second one, for example, very relevant, in response to high-performing loans during COVID-19. These are the problems. High non-performing loans, which would be highly relevant to the loan defaults, because your subject matter here is the loan default in number one. So what has been mentioned in response, OJK has announced the importance of better scoring system to improve the loan quality. This one is good. Discussions, policy response that has been made, because it is a concern from the authority regarding the need to have a better scoring system. And because of this important within the policy circle that OJK would like to have a good scoring system, this is your contributions, right? You look at why, because I'm going to look at what might affect loan default in peer-to-peer lending. Right? Can the borrower's characteristic be used for credit scoring, which need to be focused on? If you look at that practical relevance, right? So that's why I mentioned here in terms of article number 1 there. Number 1 that you put there, facts, is no issues, not an issues and concern in cases. But number 2, yes, right away, that is the practical relevance that you can add into your introductions, basically to see at the end, right? It must support the case that you would like to make. What are the cases that you would like to make? This topic must be investigated. This topic, I must research on it to get the answer, right? And the concern by OJK, for example, to have a better scoring system is highly relevant. Right? Look, policymakers would like to know, would like to have better scoring system. Let's take a look at in the context of borrower's characteristics. Right? Now, you look at, right, very clear in terms of its practical relevance. Right? And finally, in terms of the notes, for the first part that I would like to look into here, right, is the flows of your writing. Right? And as I mentioned to you before, there are many different ways to write, for sure. Right? There's no doubt there are many different ways to write. But then, as in these workshops, basically, let's try to have, right, before you develop yourself into a skilled writers and having different ways and different format of writing, let us basically follow the more or less the standard approach first, which means that we begin with introductions of the issues that we want to write, try to back by practical academic relevance and statistics if there are any. Right? Because these are practical academic relevant and statistics and so on. All of these things try to convince people that we need to investigate that issues. Right? And once we have that need, we state, this is my research objective. Right? And justifications, if we have to give in terms of the sample under study. You look at OIC, why OIC? Maybe you have mentioned here in your introduction of the issues, right? Or maybe you want to highlight further here, right? And then state your contributions. Right? I will discuss more in terms of contributions when we look at literature review on Monday, right? And then we end our flow of writing with, right, organizations of the paper. And as I mentioned to you, this may not be your final draft because we may need to add a review of finding. After you have done your research, you get a finding. Maybe you would like to give a review of your finding after you have written your contribution or even before you have written your contributions and so on. Let's make the flow of our writing to look in this way. We begin with introductions of the issues backed by practical academic relevance and statistics, and then we state our objective, and why we would like to look at this in the context of the subject of the sample that we would like to study. And then we state our contributions and then state the organizations of the articles. Right? Some of you have not followed this flow because these are more or less what we have discussed before when we try to write introductions. I would say this would be the framework that we are going to use for our writing. Right? Once you write, let's say 4 or 5 articles, and you are more comfortable to shift into different way of structure, right? And once you have experience, for example, like artists, right? Like those who write novel and so on, or artists, once you have experience, of course, you can approach your writing in many different ways. But as beginners, I would suggest that we do in this way in terms of our writing. So these are 5 notes that I have made, right? 6 notes that I have made regarding your writing, right? And in the second half, right, basically in 2 hours, hopefully, I will bring you step by steps, right, in terms of looking at, right, I will look at basically the introduction that you have been submitted, right, and I would say for those of your article that have pickups, is good for you because you can see right away on how I shift and change your introductions. But for those who have not picked up, just look closely at the way that we should structure your introductions, and you have to go back and most likely you have to revise your introductions, right? So for this first part, let me stop here first, and for me to get the questions from all of you. Regarding Nur Hidayat in terms of statistics and data, for example. Now, for statistics and data, right, if you do not get, it's okay, but if you have statistics, for example, right, if you have statistics, right, you can if you have statistics, for examples, you have to get statistics that are closely relevant, most relevant to your issues, if you have statistics, right? For example, if you try to look at, let's say, your investigation is regarding profitability of bank during COVID-19, do you have statistics regarding how profitable is bank during COVID-19, right? If I look at Malaysian context, right, banks remain profitable, while many other sectors are not, right? Especially Malaysian context, for example. Do you have those statistics? Will that be a concern, right? So which means that statistics have to back up the concern that you have made if you have those data and statistics. And if you are talking about, let's say, financial inclusions in OIC countries, do you have those statistics regarding financial inclusion in OIC countries that you think these are concerned, for example, or the growth, right? Or the rooms, say, you go back to your topics and you will know right away what statistic that you need to get, right? But in certain cases, you may not have the statistic there, especially when you use survey data, for example, right? So you may not have, so you don't have, it's okay. But if you have them, then try to put in the statistics in your introductions. But then we have to learn on how to put that in, right? Now, in terms of Ahmad Hidayat, for example, right? You said that introduction, should we look at the global trends, right? Or should we look at Indonesia? That of course, I would say depends in terms of this case, right? And you have to look at whether Indonesia is follow global trends or not, right? Is different or from the global trends, or Indonesia conform with global trends. You can mention in terms of global trends very briefly, but then you introduce Indonesia right away. Whether Indonesia follow this global trends or did not follow the global trends and so on. And we will try to take a look at what you have done there. So let me try to look at the early part of what you have asked, for examples, in your chat.
Excuse me, Prof. Mansur.
Yes.
Actually, this is the break time. Should we stop here, or what do you think?
Okay,
Actually,
we can stop first for the participant to think of the questions. I would take the question regarding this, my general comments, and then I will go through demonstrating on how do we write based on the selected article that I have. Yes.
okay. So it means
how many minutes we should break?
it should be 30 minutes, Prof.
30 minutes, too long.
Okay. Yeah, we can consider how long should be the ideal time, Prof. 15 minutes.
Can we come back this 10:15?
Right now it's exactly 10 right now.
Yeah, 15 minutes.
Okay.
For you to get coffee and so on, because I have a lot in terms of demonstrating on the write up basically, and then because we have time up to 1, so I would like to demonstrate that live to you on how I approach the writing for you to see, right? And then of course, as I mentioned to all participants, I will not be able to provide comments in this workshop one by one on all 58 introductions. That will be taken on offline. I would discuss with KNEKS on how we should do that. But then the communication between us should be more and more. One, you have written more and more introductions, literature review, and so on later. And we should basically go back and forth. Right? In that way, I can give you basically some comments, some hints, what need to be improved, customized for each one of you. Here, just demonstrations on how would I approach if I'm given with this information that has been written by you. Okay, so let's take a break, 15 minutes.
Okay, Prof. Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Mansur. So, Bapak Ibu, we have around 15 minutes to take a break. So, see you again at 10:15. is all ready to continue the session. So please, Prof, you can start from now.
Okay, before I show you live, yeah.
Yes, Prof, yeah.
Yeah, before I show you live on the how to look at regarding your introductions, right? I pick up 5 introductions. Hopefully, we can fill it up. I would like to open up if you have any questions related to what I have explained in the first half of our session today. Regarding my comments that I have on your introductions.
Yes, Prof. So we will answer the question first, Prof.
Yeah, I will answer the question first for the first part.
Oh, okay. So I already collect the question. So okay. Should I start right now, Prof?
Sure.
Okay. So the first question is coming from Bu Nur Asia. The group is 31. So thank you, Prof. Mansur. What is the difference between the previous research in the introduction and the previous research in the literature review?
Okay. No, you look at, right, when we try to write the introductions, for example, right, when we write the introductions, we have to have in mind the literature that we have read, right, that we have read. Now, of course, in your work, you are going to have the first sections is introductions, right? You have your introductions, of course, right? Your introductions. And most likely, you also have literature review, right? Literature review as separate sections of number 2. These are quite standard formats, right? Of course, there exist variations in terms of format, because some articles, they do not have literature review because they put literature review in the introductions, right? Now, the literature that you mentioned here, right, just to provide some general findings. You are not going to review in detail, just general findings or debates that people have there, right, which are related to your research topics, right? Research topic. Let's say in terms of example that I provide, for example, in terms of the impact of aid and growth, right? They do not go into detail. They just mention that looking at the literature right now, right, the impact is not obvious, right? Early studies said no impact, more or later studies said significance, but extensive study that has been done found no significant impacts, right? So basically, they do not go into detail, just provide general findings, right? And these are given to motivate your research. Basically, right, look, what we have found out here is this. Whatever the finding or debate that they have in there, that people make in existing finding, that can help to convince readers that your research is needed. Right? Literature review here is more details. Right? Of course, here you may pick up, your view again mentions the work that has been discussed, that has been cited introductions, but you go into more details. Right? More detail. We are going to look at what you mean by more detail, what we need to put in to the literature review, right, when we write literature review later on. So that's the difference between the review or a finding in the introductions, existing finding in the introductions, and the review in the literature review, right? So that's what I would say. This one will become clearer maybe next week on Monday. Okay.
Okay, Prof. Thank you so much, Prof, for the answer. So the next question is coming from Ibu Fitri Hastuti. So is it okay, Prof, to cite from newspaper?
No, newspaper is okay to cite, but normally when we newspaper, for example, now see, when you cite newspaper, you don't cite in terms of the academic citing. You cite them just to provide, for example, background information, because I have cited. Because for example, let's say let's say when I say it's for example, I can write like this. It come up in my mind. Why it remains? Let's say I can say it, why it remains. Let me type in text. Would be easy for you to see. Right? Let's say I say this, right? Why it remains uncertain, right? Whether, right, let's say, why it remains uncertain whether income diversifications is favorable. Let's say I put here favorable to Islamic banking performance. Right? Let's say I put in this way. Right? Within professional circles, right? Within professional, let's say professionals and policy circles, let's say here, right? There seem to be strong vocations, for example, strong supports or strong promotions for Islamic bank to diversify. Right? So you don't cite in a sense that in your main body, but normally you cite only in your introductions when you have newspaper and so on, just to provide a background to your work and to motivate the issues that you try to look at. Right? For example, here, I can say that within professional circle, there seem to be strong supports. And I can provide, for instance, right, the deputy governor, right, I had mentioned this in one of my articles, the deputy governor, right, of Bahrain Monetary Authority, right? Monetary Authority. Let's say, I put in say, states, right? I can cite, right, and state something. And of course, I can put where I get this statement from. So I can cite from which newspaper, for example. So I can give the website address and so on. You can cite in that sense, right? So you can cite newspapers, right? Of course, you cannot cite in tabloid, kind of any news, right? Must be relevant to your work. And normally you cite this one based on the statements of the authority, statements of those people in practices, which normally will appear in magazines or journal articles. It's no harm to cite those. Right? For example, many people cite in his, it's not even article in newspaper, just the address in his lecture address at the conference or at the recent, let's say, World Bank Summit, for example. Right? The chairman of, so they have just a short speech mentions. So that one can be cited too, because these are authoritative words that have been circulated, which you can use to support your research objective. And that's what I mean by citing journal article, citing newspapers article. You look for statements of those who are in authority, those who are well-known. It can be governor of the banks, it can be CEO of the banks, it can be leaders in, let's say, social services, for example, that have mentioned this. Right? So, because as long as they are related to your objective, you can cite them. Right? there's no problem in terms of citing them. Okay. Okay. Any more?
Yes, Prof. Actually, we still have 3 questions more.
Okay.
Okay, another one is coming from Ibu Tini Anggraini from 19 group. So the question is, should we state our novelty in introduction? And are the changing analysis method can be the novelty?
Okay. Now, the first part, of course, when you say novelty, means more of contributions. What are a little bit new thing that you try to introduce in your research? Of course, that one need to be in the introductions. Right? And the second part, Azizun, what you say, the second part of the questions?
Is the changing of the analysis method could be considered as the novelty?
Yeah. It can be not novelty, but it can be your contributions.
Oh, okay.
Right? But why you reach that result, for example, would be more important. For example, some studies, for example, let's say when they discuss the introduction, for example, they set up, they mention these are my objectives, and they look at this article and they use this method and they discuss the finding. Right? They discuss what are the findings, just preview of the finding. Just provide a preview finding, and after finding, they mention contributions. And one of the contributions is that your finding contribute because you get a new finding, for example. Right? That can be mentioned too. Some they provide contribution first, but then they mention finding. So it depends on whether you have something new that you think you're finding are contributions. Then you take the contribution to be after the finding. So that depends. But this one will come later on, right? When you do the analysis and so on, you get the result. And when you get the result, you think that I should highlight this result further in my introductions to suggest that, to indicate that this my finding. I have to put emphasis there. So you may rewrite your introductions back. Right?
Okay, Prof. So actually we still have one question more. So actually we have another question from Bu Nur Hidayah, but I think it's actually similar with the question of Bu Nur Asiyah. So the next one is the question from Bu Deti Nur Fadilah from Group 1. So Salam Prof Mansur, thank you for your guidance. Regarding the current practical issue, majority news state that the loan default in P2P lending is high, but not specific to Islamic P2P lending. I couldn't find the statistical data focused on Islamic P2P lending. Can I use the empirical literature as the issue in my research?
Yes, I think you can use, right? And you can use basically in general the default in peer-to-peer lending is high, and this might be, which means you can mention this might likely be the case for Islamic peer-to-peer lending too, for example, which means you're not sure, but then you think that it might be the case too, which require investigations. I think you can link in that way into a peer-to-peer lending, right? So or maybe you can look at why this statistic or this default refer to the peer-to-peer lending in general. There exists also certain concern that it might be high for Islamic peer-to-peer lending too, right? Which means you can get general statement that people have concern, for example, you can put in that part. Or you can put your own judgments, for example, that say that it's likely to be, which means that you don't need to basically emphasize this effect is high, for example, it's likely to be because of the nature of peer-to-peer lending, right? And the result you want to investigate, right? What are the characteristics that contribute to that, right?
Yes, Prof. Okay, thank you, Prof. But actually, there are 2 questions coming. So is it okay to us to continue for the question and answer, Prof, or should we skip for the last session?
Yeah, can.
Okay.
Yeah, we can give to last session in terms of significance, right? For people who can use your result think from Devi Fatmawati, is practical contribution similar to significant? I would say yes, right? Because practical contribution means that your findings, who can get benefit your finding? Whether investors, for example, can get benefits, or whether policymakers can get benefit from your findings, right? Or whether the academic in general can get new knowledge from your finding. So that are the significance of your work, which can be practical in a sense, right? Okay, let us go through, as I mentioned here, let us look into the topic, right, of what has been submitted. I pick up four. I pick up four. So these are the first one that I picked up by Nur Hidayah here. Right? And these are the one that I would try to explain. If I have given this, for examples, right? If I'm given this topic and this informations, for examples, right? How would I rewrite the introductions? And what are my comments regarding the introduction that has been submitted, right? And very good topic, and I think based on the previous series, or the number one that we have, Nur Hidayah and co-author Putri has modified a little bit in terms of the scope of the works. Instead of looking just for Indonesia, now they try to look at conventional Islamic and ESG indices in comparisons, which means they try to look at the behavior of global stock index during the COVID-19 pandemic crisis, conventional, Islamic, and ESG, right? And these are the whole thing that has been provided, right? And I'm not going to go through all these things. What I did here, basically, when I look at all this, I try to summarize them. And these are the summary that I have made. So hopefully you can see in terms of objective, right? We look at objective. The article tried to look at the behavior of conventional Islamic and ESG global indices during the pandemic. Right? And that the statements of the introductions, right? We look at here, the statement of introductions aim to analyze the behavior of global three stock indices, which is conventional, Islamic, and ESG indices during the COVID-19 pandemic crisis. Okay, very important parts, right? Clear, direct in terms of the question that has been stated, right? All these things, clear and direct, right, in terms of questions. Now, when you look at, right, in terms of practicals, they put in authority issues policies, right? So which means that there are policies that have been issued. So I'm not sure whether that's relevant in practices or not. Or perhaps this article is not able, or the author is not able to map the research objective, right, within the larger literature out there, right? So I will give a comment there, because when we come to the practical, it's more of mentioning how authority issues policies to address the COVID-19, right? And the impact of COVID-19, right? And when it comes to statistics, mentions again outflow, mutual funds, and then I'm not sure what is JII and ISSI means, right? Basically, remember, your audience is international, right? Not just Indonesians, international. You have to write in that way. So when you have short forms, right, give a long form. But these are statistics that has been provided. Is this relevant to the behavior of conventional, Islamic, and ESG global indices or not, right? Or not, in terms of this case, right? Now, you look at the theory, you have theory of capital market volatility indices theory, portfolio identification, ESG theory, Syariah theories, which are very general. I'm not sure exactly how these theories explain the behavior. Right? The theory of capital market, in what way? It's too general to discuss in the context of these three. Because remember, your objective here in this case, when you look at what you have done, right? What you have done here, you try to compare the behavior of these three indices. When you say behavior, I would guess that you try to compare the performance or the return of these three indices. I would guess, right? Because normally when you look at indices, you look at the return of the indices during the time of pandemic, right? So it's not about portfolio diversification because you try to look at how they perform during the time of pandemic, right? It's not diversifying. Diversifying means that how the indices are correlated with each other. If they are highly correlated, less diversification benefit. If they are not correlated, the more diversification, but when you look at the research that has been done, it's not so much. But then when it comes to the research itself, empirical, you have a good empirical work that has been done, right, on topic. I think you have reviewed quite a lot in terms of this. These are, for example, here, you have Zhangs et al. Examine risk level of 20 countries and systematic risk, right, were amplified by the pandemic, right, were higher during the period of time. By et al., for example, significance of infectious disease, the permanent volatility of global equity market. So they look at the volatility of global equity market. Beg for examples, right? Government control, lockdown restrictions, linked with staggering market liquidity as well as volatility. Right? And you look at all of them, look at volatility of the market and so on. So I'm not sure in terms of your case, which that you are going to look at. Now, when you look at these things, right? Now, let me ask whether, I'm not sure, hopefully Hidayatullah is here, right?
Yes, Prof.
Yeah, okay. Oh, is it? It's good that I pick you up and you ask the questions. Good.
Yes, yes. That's why I asked you about the statistic.
Okay.
We are facing difficulty how to get the statistic on the global level for these indexes.
Okay. Now, you try to look at the performance or the behavior of these three indices, right? Now, let me ask you, right? The core of your subject here, right? Is about the pandemic and how it affects all those three, or the core is the performance of these three indices, but you want to look at the performance of these three during the time of pandemic. Which one?
Yes, well, actually, we would like to look at how the pandemic influence these three indices, but then we also would like to compare between three indices, which one is better, and then yeah, that's why we also put the portfolio diversification in order for investor. For example, if they at this time concentrate on one portfolio, then they can diversify, and also actually because pandemic is an ecological tragedy, and then we would like also to show to the investor that there is another channel to invest, which is more socially responsible by looking at the stock that has been listed in the ESG indexes.
Okay.
Basically, the second one, Prof. Basically, to sum up, basically the second one, we would like to check the return, the volatility on the during the performance during the pandemic.
Okay. So, you want to look at the performance, right?
Right.
Good. Thank you. When you put in that way, right? That Dr. Putri.
Yes, Prof. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Surprise. See you here.
Yeah, glad to see you, Prof.
Okay,
Glad
good,
to see you.
So see you face, no, yeah, okay. Okay, now it's good you mentioned that you try to mention the second one, because when we look at literature, for example, right, when we look at the literature on this topic, for example, there are related literature. In fact, one literature, they look at the comparison between basically conventional stock performance and more or less that we put in what we term as responsible investments, which is including ESG, right, as well as Islamics. Okay, ESG and Islamic, you invest in there, you are more responsible, right? You try to look at performance and so on. So some they try to look at these things, right? Other one, of course, basically they try to look at the impact crisis, which a lot of work has been done, how the crisis affects performance, right? How crisis affect performance. The only thing that you try to look at here in your case, basically you look at COVID-19 pandemic, right? COVID-19 pandemic, right? But since you mentioned this to be your case, for example, right? I think Nur Hidayah, you can unmute you can mute yourself first.
Sorry.
Because the background there. Okay. Now, see, if you think that the second one, basically you are interested more in terms of performance, for example, maybe the way you write, for example, is not the one that you mentioned here. The way you start, for example, if you look, how did you start to emphasize on the pandemic, right? You say on March 11, 2020, COVID-19 has been declared as a global pandemic, right? As a global pandemic by the WHO. It said that this pandemic is an ecological tragedy which have impact billions of people and changed the course of human life. And then you said government allow, and these policies include cities lockdown, social. You describe the pandemic, right? And large scale attainment adopted by many governments that escalated our and restriction in human activities. As a result, real are affected. Capital markets suffer from the stock prices plummet and large scale of pandemic. Then you go on, right? Pandemic has created a new awareness on the importance of sustainability, and I understand why you raise the sustainability and so on in economic activities, including investments and so on, right? Should be replaced with triple bottom lines, maximizing, and you bring in. This has reasons, the so-called ethical and sustainable investing. The COVID-19 has triggered the rising ESG index and so on. And beside that, along with the development of Islamic pandemic have been introduced and so on. So these are type that you try to discuss, which means that you start with the COVID and then you try to bring basically ESG into the picture. Right? Now, for me, I would say that the issues is about performance, right? About performance of those conventionals, right? And sustainability stocks, or sometimes people call impact investing, or sometimes people call responsible finance, right? But then there are more basically the stocks that related to ESG as well as related to Islamic principle. If these are your focus, you try to see how they perform, right? Then I would say your literature, even your theoretical foundations, right? Your theoretical foundations would be quite different from what you have mentioned there, right? So this is a choice that you need to make. There's no right and wrong, right? For both of you, for all of you. And when you look at your topic, as I mentioned here, the topic here is about COVID-19 and stock market performance, right? Now, it's no right or wrong whether you want to emphasize on COVID-19 first or you want to emphasize on stock performance first, because at the end, they should lead to the same objective, right? The same objective, right? Now, basically, for example, I will provide two ways of writing here, right? The first one, right? See, your introduction is good for thesis, right? It's good for thesis because you provide general background, try to bring slowly, right? But then it's not so much for general article, right? Because general article, basically, I would like to see even in the first sentence, for example, you already give a hint on what would be your research objective, right? Research objective, right? For examples, right? I can start, right? I can start. Let me put a review, right? A review here, and put track changes so that you can see what I'm writing, right? And let me make it bigger so that everyone can start. This one is the one that I see that many of you have problem in terms of starting. How to start and go right away to the issues, right? Now, in the first one, you didn't discuss the issues yet. You just mentioned the effect here and there. You may discuss COVID-19, right? Some hint of what you might look at, but then I would like to suggest you to be more immediate in suggesting the issue, more direct. For example, I can say that the COVID-19 pandemic, right? COVID-19 pandemic, right? Which erupted, which started, for example, you can get some the COVID-19 pandemic or health crisis, for example. Let's say you want to use different words. And all of you have to bear with me in terms of this case, because writing, normally, as I mentioned to you, myself, when I write the first paragraph, it takes 3 or 4 hours just to get the first paragraph, right? And once I have the first paragraph right, the flow will be a better for different for the next one, right? So let's say the pandemic health crisis, which started in Wuhan, right? Just to say, in Wuhan, right? In late 2019, and spreads, right? And declared as pandemic, for example, right? By who, right? For example, in March, right? In March 2020, right? Has stimulate. You have to discuss in this way. You have to stimulate much discussions, right? Much discussions, right? Into its potential impact on, or not potential impact, into impacts on financials. Let's say you want to focus on investments, on financial investments, right? So if you look in this way, for example, right, when you start in this way without going to quite too long, you already tell people that, okay, you try to look at the impact of the crisis, right, on financial investments, right? Financial investments, right? Right? Then now, second paragraph, right away, it can mention in terms of your different type of investments, right? If you want to look at the impact of the crisis, right? For example, you can say in particular, right? Right? In particular, right? The issue or the issue of, right, of conventionals, or of the issue of responsible investments, has been brought back into the spotlight, right? The issue of responsible investments has been brought back into the spotlight, whether for example, that right, ESG and Islamic stocks perform comparatively better than conventional stocks have been brought back into the spotlight. For examples, right? In literature, you mentioned literature, right? In the literature, for examples. Now you have to look back in literature. When you mention in this way, the literature would be first, right? In this context, for examples, right? In literature, for example, you look at your literature that you have highlighted there, of course, you find something missing here, right? For examples, in literature that you have highlighted here, one by one, by look global equity index, right, and volatility, right? We look at Chinese stock markets, and most of them basically are not related to ESG. Most of them are not related to ESG or Islamic indices. Now, when you put in this way, basically you already have basically in your mind there exists a gap there, right? In literature, right? Or that has been brought back into spotlight. Or if you don't want to put in literature, for example, theoretically, right? You can put back, for example, theoretically, for examples, right? These are theory, right? Theoretically, right? So you can put theory too, and that's why you have to get theory. Now, when you look at this theoretically, for examples, in fact, sometimes you don't have to say it theoretically. Right? Sometimes you can say in terms based on the arguments. Right? There are two views related to comparative performance, right? Comparative performance between the comparative performance of conventional and responsible investments. If you want to look in this way, for example, you can say in that context. Typically, there are two views related to the comparative performance of conventional and responsible performance, right? And when you look in this case, what are the views, right? So you have to go back to literature that try to evaluate responsible investments and socially responsible investments, ESG investments, what they say regarding theory, right? And in fact, there are two, for example, theory that say one, right? Responsible investments increase the return of investment, which means stock return is higher, right? And second one, by being responsible, by being socially responsible is costly, and the result, your market value or the stock return will be less. So those are two views that need to be highlighted, right? So these are the views that need to be highlighted that you have to look. What are the views related to those things, right? And the empirical work thus far, right? And why, and you can mention here, for example, why empirical studies, right, tend to provide supports for the better performance of ESG stocks, for example, and of ESG stocks and Islamic stocks. Right? See, for instance, what are which study? For example, I said Freedy et al. These are one of studies has been done in one of survey article has been done in 2016 that mentioned that many studies have supported a better performance ESG stock and others. For example, let's say you cite them. Why empirical studies tend to provide support for better performance of ESG and Islamic stocks, right? It remains. See, you have to basically incite or stimulate doubt in the mind of people that read that we do not know for sure. It remains unclear or uncertain. Right? Uncertain whether this better performance, the better performance of ESG and Islamic stock would be carried over during would remain during the COVID-19 pandemic. So you look at here directly, instead of, for example, let's say you start with COVID. I understand what you try to read here, because the awareness of sustainability is not something that create awareness regarding sustainability, because sustainability has been, people are aware of this long time before. The only thing is that it has strengthened the awareness that we have to look at sustainability stock. But then, since your work you try to focus on performance, for example, right, then it's better to focus on it's better to focus on the theoretical explanations of the performance of ESG and Islamic stocks, as well as conventional stocks, right? The only thing that you have to read here is in terms of what are the critical views that are out there that are related to basically your topic. What is your topic? Performance of ESG, right? Islamic and conventional stocks, right? And this view have to be brief only, because these are introductions. The more detail will be in your literature review when you highlight the theoretical arguments, when you review the theoretical arguments there. Here have to be very brief, right? Because you do not want to put too long view, too many paragraphs here. Very brief. What are the view? Right? For example, there are, as far as I know, there are one view that said doing well while doing good, right? Which means these are the view, which means that if you are doing good, being responsible, you are going to do well, which means that the performance of the stocks, right, will be better. Why? There are so many different explanations which you can do in more, which you can give more detail in your literature review. So in your parts, basically, I will start in this way. Like I will mention, I want to mention the COVID-19 health crisis, which started in Wuhan in late 19. You don't need to describe the pandemic start as a sentence, because you provide too much attention there. You just need to bring right away to the topic that you try to discuss, right? It's no harm to start in the same way. If you look, all my articles start in this way. Have capture much interest, have stimulate much discussions. The topic that many have focused on, for example. I do a lot of, so here you can say the COVID-19 health crisis, which started in Wuhan in late 2019 and declared as pandemic by WHO in March 2020, has stimulated much discussions into its impact on financial instruments. In particular, the issue of its responsible investments, whether ESG and Islamic stock perform comparatively better than, have been brought back into the spotlight. Theoretically, there are two views, right? However, right, why they brought back into the spotlight? Because it remained uncertain whether the better, right, or it has been brought back into discussions. The discussion on spotlight, for example, remained uncertain whether the better performance in Islamic stock would remains would prevail or would remains. I think would prevails. Or you can say remains, okay. During the COVID-19 pandemic, you look at the way I write, for example, sometimes I shift a lot, but this is just to provide you the idea. Now, then you go to second paragraph, right? I just take a look at what you have done here. I like, okay, now I emphasize my topics. Behavior of conventional and ESG global Islamic indices during the pandemics, right? Typically, right, people say it is better. There are some empirical support for the better performance, but then we are still not clear whether the pandemic, better performance, ESG pandemics would remain during the COVID-19, not COVID-10, COVID-19 pandemic. So that already created the issue, right? Because the issue here is ESG or Islamic stock perform better than conventional stock during the COVID-19 pandemic. Theory said in general, yes, but when we look at empirical studies, we remain not clear because these empirical studies, for example, provide the support in general, but not during the pandemic periods, right? Let's say remain uncertain, right? Of course, in your mind here, now you can mention, right? Empirically, for example, you can mention what you have done there, right? Empirically, what has been mentioned, right? And this one is something that you learn from your reading of your basically literature review, right? You look at here, you have two paragraphs, right, that you look at here that raise the importance that we have to look at sustainability, maximize shareholders' value in this case. These are all important informations, right, where you should be replaced with table bottom line of maximizing, right, stakeholders' value in which the balance between profit and people and planet should be maintained, right? Ethical and sustainable investing has triggered the rising ESG index as a pool of stock investing implement ESG, along with all these things, right? So all of these things that you put in, but then this one important information, if I rewrite in different way, I may put this information in, right? But then I may want to describe later on, right, in terms of what you have done here, right? And then now you look at empirically here. There's not much papers studies the impact of COVID-19, right? And then you can put here empirically. There are not much paper you can put here. Several papers have emerged, right? Have emerged, right? To analyze the impact, right, of COVID-19, right, on the stock market, right? Few papers. So I can write here on the stock market. See, when you highlight this in the stock market, you do not want to go to review in details in the introductions, right? In introductions, okay? You do not want to go to review in detail in your introductions, right? You just want to mention what they are doing, right? Roughly. What they are doing roughly. And how would your work be different? Or you would like to mention how they are not adequate. They remain inadequate in addressing your work, in addressing your research objective that you are going to state next, right? Which means that your literature review here just highlight what they are doing right now, and at the same time you have the objective to open up, right? You would like to open up basically toward your research objective, to justify your research objective, the needs that you have, right? With your research related to your research objective, right? Remain inadequate, right? And that's why this one, which I like that you put in here. Therefore, this study aimed to fill this gap, right, on Syariah as well as in the WoS. Right? So people have not done, because I would say that there are so limited literature, right, that has been made on COVID-19. Right? You can say, however, right? You can say, however, they predominantly focus on, right, what, right, on markets, the stock market, on stock price, right, in general, right, in general, without making differentiations, right, on stocks in general. Differentiations, whether the stocks are SG, Islamics, or conventional stocks. Right? So you don't even need to mention the finding, because you just want to highlight that. You want to look at all these three together. Why? Because in general, right, most studies, they just focus on stock in general without making differentiations, whether the stock are ESG or Islamic on conventionals, right? And then you have mentions few studies, right? Few studies that focus on, let's say, you have, I'm not sure whether you have or not, but if there are few studies that look at, for example, few studies that focus on SG or Islamic stock, moreover, you can put at moreover, a few studies that look at, right, right, have reached, for example, let's say, contradicting finding, okay, have reached mixed findings. For example, let's say you have to find some way to stimulate, basically, to tell that we need more study here. Right? If, for example, you can search more for few articles that look at those things, and they're looking at Islamic stock, ESG stock, do they have mixed finding? They have mixed finding, try to highlight, because at the end, you want to bring the points that you need further studies, right? You can say, you don't want to say few, very few studies, right? That have looked at, that focus on Islamic stocks, right? Have reached, these are type of that you have reached mixed finding, where you can say where such and such indicate that they perform better, while others suggest that they perform worse, right? Where, for example, let's say A indicate that, right, they perform better, right, while B, for example, suggests they perform worse, right? Perform worse than conventional stocks. Right? And this means thus, right, with limited study, with very limited study, there remain gaps, right, in our understanding of, right, the performance, right, of the performance of the three stocks in comparison. For example, the three stock in comparisons during the pandemic crisis. You have to be there, which means more work needs to be done, and then you can bring in here. You can bring in here. Therefore, fill this gap by analyzing the impact on this. So I would take this one and put here, right, after I have stimulated. It's more direct and have no longer chapter. So therefore, this study aims to fill in this gap, fill this gap. Basically, this is just the English part. Fill this gap in the literature. Why? Because it's limited. Or you can say contribute to this limited literature. You can say contribute to this limited literature, right, by analyzing the impact on Syariah and SG, as well as conventional stock markets, right, on the global Syariah in the world. Right? A study on stock prior to COVID-19 provide gloomy but very valuable on the dynamic movement of capital market. Right? Some light on the resilience. So here you try to look at why you contribute and you try to address these research questions. So more or less, I will provide my introduction in this way. Okay? And in fact, basically, when you say it's I would say basically little bit, I would change little bits, right? In light of this, right, light of those limited study, the present study, right, your study here, analyze, right, the impacts, like of COVID-19 on share stock market in the world. Right? And here, I would change a little bit here. I would say we contribute to the literature in several aspects. Yeah. Now, what are your contributions? And these are things that you need to highlight. Okay? You can highlight how you contribute to literature, for example. Right? For example, you can say first, right? We contribute, right, to the literature, right, on, right? You contribute to the literature on the comparative performance on responsible financial investments, right? So that by evaluating their performance, right, during the pandemic, right? The pandemic. So you bring back what you have done before, because the one that has been discussing in terms of the performance of responsible financial investment before is more or less basically look at in general over many time period, but you focus specifically during the time of pandemic. Right? We contribute literature on responsible, and you start mentioning what are your research questions, right? You can put here in the analysis, we seek, because I like to answer the following questions. I like the question that you put in, right? I like the question that you put in. Basically, these are all the questions that you try to answer, for example. And if so, to what extent has dynamic, and finally, how do the dynamic ownership exist between the three indices? Right? I'm not sure in terms of dynamic there, the part one, but I like the question that you put in because it made it clear what exactly, and then you can highlight, we contribute to the picture in various ways, and then finally, once you have done all these things, right, you can basically the structure, the last one that you have mentioned, for example, standards, right? Structure of the article is as follows, right? Right away. Right? So the only thing difference here, right, your introduction here, I would say you have clear objective. You have clear in mind your research questions and you know on how to structure. But then the way I demonstrate to you here, I start the introduction a little bit different way. I go direct into the topic or into the issues, right, without mentioning a lot regarding the COVID-19, because I think COVID-19 become very common right now. Many people know about COVID-19. You do not need to basically mention all the facts regarding COVID-19 and so on. You go right away what you try to look at, what you try to discuss, what you try to research on. And that's why when I look at this thing, by putting some of the work that has been done here, for example, you get your introductions. Right? So if I read back quite quickly, the COVID-19 health crisis, which started in Wuhan in late 2029 and declared as pandemic by World Health Organization in March 2020, has stimulated much discussion into its impact on financial investments. In particular, the issue of responsible investments, whether ESG and Islamic stock perform comparatively better than conventional stock, has been brought back into the spotlight. Typically, there are two views related to the comparative performance of conventional and responsible investments. Now you have to go and get the views there. Okay? And there are various hypotheses. Just try to look, just search for article on performance of responsible financial investments and just get the empirical article, you get the view there. Just briefly, because later on, those views is something that you have to review in your literature, right? And then you mentioned why empirical studies tend to provide support for the better performance of ESG and Islamic stock. Just give, I don't know exactly what are the empirical studies, general findings there, but I read few articles that they say that ESG, Islamic stock perform better, right? So I give, let's say, C, for instance, some article, remain uncertain whether the performance of ESG and Islamic stock would remain during the COVID-19 pandemic. Empirically, several papers have emerged and analyzed the impact of COVID-19 on the stock market. However, they predominantly focus on stock in general without making differentiations whether the stock are ESG, Islamic, or conventional stock. Moreover, very few studies that focus on ESG have reached mixed findings. Right? If you find that, but if you find something else, it's okay. Have concluded, but then the very limited number of studies make it to be inadequate for us to pin down concretely. Right? So in what way? Whether the findings say that better or mixed, you have to find some way to tell that they are not enough for us to be concrete, to have a concrete answer to the objective that you try to raise. Right? See, all the introduction is about raise issues, raise doubt in the mind of those who read that we do not clearly understand the issue. We do not know clearly the answer to the issues that you raise, right? And that's why you try to answer them in your work, right? So these are a way of stimulating interest that tell them, right? Because see, always in the past 25 years, right, I always heard a lot of comments that have been made by people, right? Or you look at the impact of money supply growth on inflation. We already know the answer why you need to look at this thing. A lot of people have done this, right? Why people raise this thing? Because in your introductions, you do not have raised a lot of enough doubt in the mind readers that no, we do not know the answer yet, right? And that's why you look at, even right now, people still look at the impact of public debt on growth, the impact of money supply on inflation, the all equations. Why? Because there are new things developing, there are new things coming up that make us to really look back and make us not know knowing the answer. And the new thing coming up in your paper here is COVID-19 pandemic, right? Which make the answer in the past not enough, right? For you to say that, okay, during the pandemic also it's performed better. No, it cannot be extended like that. So this is the idea of introductions, right? Introducing the issues, highlight your contributions, right? Highlight the debate there, the empirical debate that there exists, the theoretical debate that there exists, so that that provide justifications or what people say motivations for your work, right? Motivation for your work. So this is what I will say. Now, here are contributions. You have to mention it a bit. You have to find out. You contribute not only one aspect, you contribute to literature on responsible financial investments, where you can emphasize back, right? By extending the analysis to the crisis period, for example, or by evaluating the crisis. Why? Because previous work have not focused specifically on the crisis period. They focus on many years, right? If you look at responsible investment. The second one, what is your contributions? The third one, at least you can have 3 contributions would be good enough, right? Would be good enough. So those are type of things that you must highlight as part of your contributions, right? I cannot say what are your contributions because these are your work. I think you can reach out, right? At least 2, right? For example, we contribute in 2 important aspects, at least 2, not 1. Right? Try to find out what would be your contributions. Are your contributions in the methods? Are your contributions in other different ways of looking at the topics, right? So these are basically, I would say, how I would rewrite your introductions rather than, I think you have everything. The only thing just the difference between us, not in the content, right? If you look carefully. The difference between us is only in how we structure our arguments to motivate our work, right? And I bring more here, when I write, I bring more the literature on responsible financial investments, right? And Islamic investments. There are big literature out there, like whether by being socially responsible, are we sacrificing the return, right? There are big literature out there, right? In terms of performance and so on. So these are basically the way that I will write the literature review, right? You see, one introductions, right? It take almost, almost 1 hour. I have 4 more to go through with you, right? But all of you, do you have any question? Do you see the way that I try to bring you up in terms of putting into your topics, right? I think this one, the context of your topics, right? Or maybe the feedback as Azizun would say would be at the end. Okay? So these are the first one that I would like to share with you, to bring with you. Hopefully, all of you look at this thing and think back of what you have written. Are you direct enough in introducing your issues? Are you highlight the debates, right? Where that debates means that we have to try to get the answer, right? And the debate that are related to the topic and what way that you are going to introduce or what new dimension that you try to introduce when you look at your research work. Right? So that's the first one that I would like to look at. Right? Now, the second articles that I choose for task number 1, I have this paper number 14. Interesting articles looking at basically corporate ethical identity and earnings quality, right? Evidence from Islamic banks, right? So you look at Islamic bank Kismuts +3 countries, right? So these are, so if you look at the research objective, aim to investigate the effect of corporate ethical identity on earnings quality in Islamic banks located in Kismut 3 countries. Investigations were conducted to test whether Islamic bank with high identity value tend to have high quality earnings. Right? So these are basically the topic that I look at now. I do exactly the same thing as what I've done before. You look at here, you have earnings quality and how you measure earning quality and how you construct basically all this, right? Now, I look at, again, you have very clear objective because you look at earning quality and how ethical identity affects earning quality. Right? Now, you look at in terms of theories, I'm not sure what it means by efficient contract theories, right? Efficient contract theories, for examples, right? The second one, in terms of practice, you cite studies on Islamic bank and earning management. Now, these are not related to the practices. These are more of academic literature, right? If you do not have, it's okay. There is no problem. I just want to put in there and need to put in there that just try to see whether all these things that you put in will motivate your research objective or not. Right? Statistic, you put in 75% of Islamic financial assets contributed by Islamic bank. Now, how are these related to the issues that you try to look at, ethical identity and earnings quality? Right? Earning quality. If I want to look at statistics, for examples, I would try to see more statistics related to earning quality. Right? What are the statistics? What are the state of earning quality of Islamic bank right now? Is it in good state? Right? Or there are substantial number of Islamic banks that have problem with earning quality. So that's what statistic that I'm going to look at. So if you do not have, again, it's okay, but then you must have something here in terms of theory and empirical literature. Now you have two empirical literatures, and these are very good empirical literature that you have put in, right? Where ethics and earning management, how ethics affect earning management, how ethics affect accounting choices. Now, your methods now, right? Now you have two parts here, earning and ethics. And I think there are a lot of literature on the ethics, implication of ethics there, on various aspects, not only on earning management or not even on accounting choice, but on many other aspects. But you try to focus on earning quality of Islamic bank by looking at the ethical identity. Okay? Now, you look at here in terms of this case, right? When you look at contributions, earning quality, not performance. Now, see, I put the green one here because good contributions that you have tried to highlight. You have two contributions. Why? Because a lot of work that has been done before on the impact of ethics on various types of performance. only 2 articles you managed to cite that related to some sort of planning and accounting. So your contribution is there. Why? Because there are very limited study that has been done there. Other people look at performance, but more important, I would like to look at inequality. And the other part, to bring in the international context, maybe the other work that has been done are more of country-specific experience related to the subject. You try to bring more of global context, right? So that you have a different insight, right, to the subject matter, right? Now, you look at in this case, right, I put some questions here. I ask here, in terms of the questions that I put in here, what is the key problem that you have in terms of Islamic banking? Right? In terms of Islamic banking, what is the key problem they try to look at? In the same way as mentioned before, right? Because the whole thing that we discussed, right? The whole way that we the discussion that I have made, for example, the discussion that I have made in the first article, right? You have to decide whether you want to emphasize earning quality or you want to emphasize ethical identity. Okay? Which parts? Of course, you have Islamic bank in there. Okay? Which ones that you want to emphasize? Which one is your key problems here? Right? And when I look at these things, I would say that the key problems, right, maybe on the earning quality that you have concerns, because in terms of the build ethical branding, identity of Islamic bank, for example, because your focus is on Islamic bank, right? It's not of a major issues because Islamic bank by its very nature is ethical. The only thing is whether their identity is portrayed or not, right? Because you try to measure this identity using various construct, instruments, and so on. Whether that is portrayed or not is different thing, right? So those are type of things that basically you try to look at in terms of this case. So I'm not sure if I can get the view from the writer, right, on this articles number 14, right? Ulfa Rahmawati, if you have, which one that you try to basically focus on and try to bring up? What is the main problems here that you try to bring as an issue? The issue of earning quality in Islamic bank or the issue of identity of Islamic bank? Or whether Ulfa is here or not?
Yes, Bu Ulfa Rahmawati, are you here? Yeah, we can see we will find in the list, Prof, but there is no response yet.
Yes, I'm sorry for unstable connection internet. Thank you very much for Professor Mansur. Might replay your question for me because
No.
my
which one you want to emphasize in your article? Earning quality of Islamic bank or ethical identity Islamic bank? Of course, you want to have both, but then you want to have both, for example. But then, which ones that you basically try to bring up more than the other?
I think I want to emphasize in ethical identity, Prof.
Identical identity.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. When you want to emphasize on identical identity, look at the introduction that you have made here. I will do the same thing. Right? You look at here now. In your case, for example, you even more direct in the sense that introduce your objective right away, right? This research aims to investigate the effect of ethical identity on earnings quality in Islamic banks located in Kismut +3 countries, right? And investigations were conducted to test whether Islamic banks with high ethical identity values tend to have high quality earnings, right? Now,
Yes.
if you look into this case, these are basically your research objective. Now you explain the quality earnings is influenced by earning management, right? I'm not sure, but these are more of accounting subject. It's not in my area. But based on what I have read, right, so far, the more earning management that you make, the lower quality, right, earnings, because you have to manage your earnings, right? Because you said earning management is considered to be synonymous with opportunistic behavior of company management, right? We state that earning management occurs when management uses its policy to make adjustment to the numbers in the financial statements with the aim of misleading statements or the influence of contractual outcomes, right? So you've mentioned the bankruptcy of Enron and WorldCom, Sparks, right? Deeps, right? Basically, for examples, right? Now, if we look in this case, for example, if you want to emphasize this, I would not start with the objective. Of course, there's, again, as I mentioned to all of you, there's nothing wrong to start with objective, because when you read the article that has been published, you'll find few articles start right away with the objective, right? Nothing wrong, right? And you can start objective, but then the remaining contents remain more or less the same, which means you have to motivate your objective, right? But then our approach here that we try to learn in this workshop, we would like to start with motivation first. We would like to motivate first of our objective. And since you've mentioned this one to be seem to be the importance, right? I will start with the ethics, right? The ethics, right? Basically, what I would say in terms of this case, and look, right? Normally, see, rewriting would be easy. Rewriting would be easy if, for example, we have all the informations, and in this article you have informations. The only thing, as I mentioned, rewriting in terms of structure that you try to put in. Now, if we look here, these are very important. Is the bankruptcies of Enron and World.com, right? Spark interest in what? Not earning management, but in terms of the importance of ethics, right? Right. Right. On ethics, right? For example, I can say, I can here, the collapse of Enron and World.com. I can put here the collapse of World.com. Right? Has what? Basically, has parts using the word, right? A renewed interest. Right? In the importance of ethics, right? Basically, business activities, or business activities including accounting. So basically, you introduce this one. Now, you look at in terms of this case, in the importance of ethics in business activities, people will know right away what you try to look at, the importance of ethics on some sort of business activities that has been done, right? Or in terms of reporting or earning management that you try to look at, right? This interest, right? Has permitted into the sphere or into the sphere of Islamic banking. Right? Interestingly, you can put in interestingly, right? A renewed focus of a renewed interest, renewed attentions interest. Interestingly, this interest, right, is okay to repeat that, and in the sphere of Islamic banking, which has been viewed as ethical based on principle of operations, right? Interesting. You try to look, now you try to bring in Islamic banking. The collapse of Enrons and World.com has sparked a new interest in the importance of ethics in business activities. Interestingly, this interest has permeated into the sphere of Islamic banking, which has been viewed as ethical based on the principle of its operations, right? Based on its Islamic principles of its operations, right? Look at, for example, reveal that. This one you have to get the story, right? Look at, right, Islamic bankings in practice. We may see, right, we may see the devotions. I just put in, when you go back, I think you have to review back, given by Islamic Bank to basically bands themselves, brand themselves. Interesting, right? You are Islamic, but you try to ban, right? Or to improve its ethical identity. Its identity. Identity. Right? So you try to mention, look, Islamic bank in practices. We may see the devotion given by Islamic bank to improve its identity. Now, because you have data, right? You have data where you have measurements of ethical identity, right? You have measurements of identity. You should write little bit synopsis derived from here. Identical identity of bank. What are the general feature of identical identity? Right? We may see Islamic bank. We may see Islamic banks basically focusing on improving. You can in this way. I don't like the word focusing on. Islamic banks focusing on improving its identity, right? And then you have the measurements, right? You can summarize a little bit measurements. What you found out in those measurements, are there differences, right? I'm not sure how many years of data you have for each bank. Are there improvements in terms of identical you can take a look at, right? So you can highlight, right, from those statistics to support this improvements in identical identity. Once you give that measure is, right, the question is, does this ethical identity shapes Islamic banking behavior, right? In particular, in terms of quality management. Yeah, you raise the questions, right? Now I said, as always I mentioned, right, you have to be direct. For what you have done here, you mentioned quality management, quality earnings, right? And what you mean by quality management, you focus enrons regarding earning management, more of ethical issues there, right? And serious attentions, right, basically has been done in terms of this case, right? That people have looked at the impact of ethical quality, which you can highlight later on. Basically, what are those? What are the studies that have been done? The studies before, what they have done, and so on, right? And each company have its own identical identity to build up its identical to build up in building up, right? Focusing on building up. Always I go back and I will use your own word, building up its identical identity. The question is, does identical identity shape Islamic bank, in particular in terms of earnings management? Now, here you can highlight the debates, right? The debates whether ethical identity, right, really shape behavior or not, right? Now, see, always basically when you look at the debate, basically the view, critical view, always, right? You have to spend some time, little bit, try to look at, are there any different views that people have, right? Are there different views that people have, right? See, if you look at, right, and that's why the reading have to be a lot into this case. And that's why when I look at here, I read theories, because theories doesn't say, I'm not sure what it means by efficient contract theories, but it doesn't explain specifically the relationship between identical identity and earning quality, right? How those are related. If I want to look at a critical view, for examples, right? We'll look at, because being ethical means being responsible. Being responsible is go back to the first article that I have mentioned there. Maybe you can get something from ESG, right? Maybe you can get something from firms' ESG reports, for example, right? Because firms have to do sustainability reports, and firms want to appear to be sustainable to others, right? But then from that stability, for examples, right? They have two views, right? Whether firm really commitments, right? Whether it's commitments to adhere to by building ethical identity mean that people send a signal, right, to commit to being ethical, right? But sometimes, right, people appear to be religious, appear to be sustainable, appear to be ethical, but that basically people call this one as, this word that people discuss, greenwashings, right? They want to make it to be sustainable, but at the end they are not sustainable, right? Because they appear to be religious, but they are not religious. They just want to appear to be religious to cover a lot of things, right? So these are the behavior in terms of critical view out there that you might look at, right? For example, the question is, does this ethical identity shape Islamic banking behavior, in particular in terms of the quality management? Right? So you raise the issues here, okay? Because a lot of work that has been done, right? People say certain firms try to appear to be sustainable, but they are not sustainable, right? People call it as greenwashing, right? To appear to be sustainable, to get the benefit of being sustainable, but they are not, right? Sustainable, for which means that they may have good green score, they have had good SDG score, but then their performance is different, right? So these are type of thing that basically people look at in terms of critical view. So building identical identity, or people want to appear to be Islamics, but do they do these things for what? There are two views. One, because they are really committed. And second one, no, they are not committed. They just want to show that they are Islamic, nothing else. And they do business the same manner. So these are what I mean by critical view related to the topic that you have to search. And then emphasize, right, the empirical studies. The two empirical studies, the good one that you have mentioned, right? Empirically, many studies have looked at the impacts. Only few the impact of ethics. You can say it empirically, for example. I like to use this word, right? Many studies have evaluated the impact of ethical identity or ethics on such firm performance as what? Profitability, right? And so on. Just mentioned. And risk, for example. And then you just highlight what are these studies, right? Because you just want to tell them many studies have been done, right? So that you can emphasize the second point. Very few studies, however, right, have evaluated, right, the effects of ethical identity on, right, ethical identity on earning quality. Few studies, and then you can mention some study. What are those? And you want to mention even fewer studies, right, focus on Islamic bank, right, on Islamic bank. And then you can give general finding little bit some illustrative list of study. Notable examples, for example, notable study. These few studies include what are they? Right? So this one just briefly mentions about studies on Islamic bank. Just mention their finding and so on. Right? You can say in this paper, right, we contribute to the literature. In this paper, right, or because you have review in line with or in line with those two studies that have been mentioned. I think two studies there, ethics and earning, right? For example, in line with this study, right, we, or the present paper, examine the impact of earning quality, of the impact of ethical identity on earning quality. we contribute, or put in different way, our contributions to the literature is twofold. What are the contributions? The one I get from you here, right? Earning quality, not performance, earning quality, international context. So those are basically the contribution that you have made. So these are the way, if I want to rewrite the literature, I will write this way. Okay? See, both of them, the example that I give here, right, both of them try to highlight the fact that we have to create problems. Basically, introduction have to create problems. People have to see the problems. People have to see that we need the answer. And that's why you have a lot of critical debate that need to be put in. You have a lot of empirical finding that sometimes not adequate, too few, sometimes they are conflicting, that we need to come in and look in different ways. See, if you take a look at, we need to look in different ways and so on. So these are various types of ways that we can put into our introductions. If you look at these two, totally different one, I put, I'm able to come up with this quite quickly. Right? A lot of things that you have mentioned here can be put back, enhanced, right? I just give you the whole idea on how would I structure, and what you have written here, you have written here in there. This may be relevant to enhance the way that you write. So more important here that I try to show you, what would be the flow of the articles, and that more important. I want to emphasize the flow of the articles. How should you basically structure your article and get people interest in your articles. Right? So those are basically the second one. And with the second one, we are approaching toward the end. Right? So how, Azizul?
Yes, Prof.
I have 5 I prepared. First, I want to prepare for 10 and have 5, but now we managed to get 2. But then let me ask all of you, do you get the idea or not in terms of looking at the real example from you and how we can structure the flow, right? Where I mentioned the flow that we have look like this. Introduce your issues, get information as much as possible in terms of the debate in practices, debate in the academic, and statistic that can support that issues, that support in a way that we have to look at those issues before you state your objective, your contributions, right? And then you end your introductions with the organizations of the papers. Okay? So this would be the checklist that basically we can take a look at in terms of the articles.
Okay, Prof. So actually, the rest of the time is only 15 minutes, Prof, based on the schedule. So
maybe the rest will be, we go offline basically and customize, right? And if you would like to communicate with me, right, of course, every time you communicate with me, please CC to Nadia, our coordinator there, KNEKS, right? And if you want to communicate with me, please use these emails, right? Emails, and I would expect that more and more email coming from you, right? More and more email coming from you, right? Hotmail.com. Do not use INSEF emails, right? INSEF email, because there are so many emails coming through those, I may lose, right? Use these emails better for me to be able to address and customize my feedback to all of you. But these are type of things that we would like to bring you, right? I give you general comments, then I give you 2 examples, and I would like you to go back and try to look back at your introductions and try to think, can you rewrite introductions in accordance to the way that we discussed in today's sessions. And then any feedback after introduction, because we have done introduction series, Then we go offline, and then I will try to provide you basically my feedback, right? My feedback. Now, remember, I do not pay attention much on the grammatical errors because, as I mentioned at the beginning, as long as you had informations, there are a lot of professional editors out there that can help you. If you have problem with English, for example. But then the main part, you must have the right information so that you can structure and give the flow without missing any important information to build up your case why this topic require research, right? And that the objective of your introductions, why this topic require research. Now, when you send your email to me, remember in the titles, right? Always write paper number, right? Paper number, right? And then these are the only thing that I need. Of course, you can write paper number and short topics. You can put there, right? Short topics, whatever, so that I can refer quickly into my file because I've arranged my file according to the paper number, and I can take a look at, and I can come back to you regarding what you have written.
Okay, Prof. By the way, excuse me, Prof. Is it correct, Prof? M-A-N-S-O-R-H-I. Is it correct, Prof?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me write better.
Yes, Prof.
Yep. You have Mansur H.I.
Okay.
At hotmail.com.
Okay, Prof.
This one normally easy for me to look at. Don't use INSEF because INSEF there are so many other working jobs related and so on coming in, and your email will be basically flooded within all those emails sent to Hotmail because normally the Hotmails very limited. I get email coming in, right? And in fact, my communication with KNEKS also through Hotmail, so it's good to send through Hotmail. Right? If you have anything. Okay, so okay, maybe the remaining we give question and answer.
Okay, Prof. So, Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, so we still have around 10 minutes. So if you have a question, just I think directly ask the question because based on the chatting box, I think we don't have the question yet. So, okay.
Yeah, or any feedback regarding the sessions, too long, too slow, too fast. Not cover everything, of course, because you have 58. Can cover only 2 in 2 hours. But just try to show you. Waalaikumsalam, ya Putri.
Assalamualaikum, Prof. Eid Mubarak to you.
You too.
And thank you so much.
You are muted, Bu Putri. I think.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Eid Mubarak to Prof and to all of you. Thank you so much, Prof, for your feedback to us, to our paper. We definitely, I mean, this session is modestly, not too fast, not too slow, but modestly in the right phase, I think. If we can follow your line of thoughts, obviously we could benefit from your comments, as well as for the questions. I think I will postpone it or answer it directly in the group, in the WhatsApp group, because it's already azan here. So I'm not, we don't want to delay furthermore. So thank you so much again to Prof. Mansur. May Allah bless you and stay safe, stay healthy. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Putri.
Okay, thank you so much, Bu Putri. So I think, is there any question or probably comment?
Yes, Prof, thank you very much for your very valuable input to our introduction draft. Here, maybe I just a little bit want to ask you about, I see the subtle differences between the theoretical debates and the conflicting empirical study on the subject that we would like to write in the introduction. What are actually the differences between the two, Prof?
Okay, when you look, right, the theories basically mentioned about the what I expect in terms of result. For example, if you look at, right, the relation between, let's say, one article that I would like to look at, because it is also the area that I'm looking at, digital financial inclusions, right, on growth. Right? When we say theory, right, theory explains, basically, theory explains the expected relation between those two. Right? For example, why theory said, okay, according to theory, digital financial inclusions, right, allows, for example, right, allow firms and, right, households to have better access, right, allow firms to have access to financing, for example, and hence, right, for example, reduce liquidity constraint that they face, right, content that they face. This, for example, right, this will contribute positively, right, to, right, this will contribute positively to economic growth. For example, that's one way. These are what are the explanation of the expected relations, and this explanation in terms of positive, right? And there may be counter view, right? So you have always need to search for counter view. Anyone have said negative relation between financial inclusion and growth? Or does anyone have said there's no relation between those two, right? Some said, for example, right, by being financially included, firms face financial risk, which might affect, right, activities negatively. For example, I just put it. So which these are theory. What are the explanation in terms of theories, right? Now, negatively, the this means that financial inclusions negatively affect growth. Right? Normally, you will find mostly, right, there are various views out there, various explanations. So when it comes to theories, more of explanations of the relationship between the variables. When you said empirical studies, these are more of finding that people have right now. This is more related of existing finding, what people found out in terms of the relation between those two. Okay? Three more of the expected relations, right? Because theories provide you hypothesis, right? So more of expected, what you expect, negative or positive or no relations, right? And what are the explanation of positive, negative, and no relations? Empirical studies, the findings that are documented right now, right? That are those findings that are documented, right? So these are basically the result of the analysis that people have made. There may be conflict too. Some find this, some find that, but these are more the finding, the other one more theories, right? So these are the difference between theories and empirical that you need to put in. Of course, these two are related because once you get the findings, you have to explain from the context of theory. For example, right? I said, if your study found positive, I said these findings conform to the view that financial access reduce liquidity constraint of the firms and of the household that allow them to better plan for investments and so on, right? And hence, improve economic growth, right? So you go back to theory. When you get the finding, of course, always you go back to the theories. But theories highlight the expected relations between the variables, right? So that's what we have here. Okay.
Okay,
thank you very much, Matt.
Okay, Bapak Ibu, I think we still have 5 minutes more. If you still have probably 1 or 2 questions, please just raise your hand. Okay, I don't. I think there are no question, Prof. So I think I will give you time to elaborate. What is the next? Do we have another task for next meeting, Prof?
No.
Or what should we do?
No, this one will not be. I will not say this one would be the task for next meeting. Basically, you will always have tasks in the sense that you have to rewrite, you have to go back and write, but then there will be no submissions. There will be a request for feedback from me, which means that through communication through email, you provide your revisions and will give feedback, and then from time to time, we try to improve your introductions. The next task will be on Monday, which is your literature review that need to be submitted, not this one, right? Monday that all of you need to be submitted, because I would like to look at the way that you write the literature review. But of course, after have given you little bit of, let's say, the demonstrations on how do we write the literature review, right? How do we write and what are the main or major components of literature review? So that one I will give you basically next Monday, this Monday, in terms of the tasks that need to be done. But for now, try to look back at your introductions and try to see, for example, whether it conforms to what we have written today or not, whether you can rewrite them or not, right? Just try to look at, just think of what information that I need to put in to motivate my study, right? As the way that I've looked at, the way that I have said in terms of my descriptions. Now, let me share with you quickly, 3 more. I'm not going to rewrite quickly 3 articles because I've done this. And for example, Ainun Zamila, just a little bit more time with you. These are really good because a lot of things that has been put in there, I think have green and yellow. Green means good, right? Green means good, and yellow means basically relevance but need to be improved a little bit. There's no red here. So this is a good thing, but I don't have time to to go through. These are on financing portfolio and so on.
Yeah.
Risk diversifications, which is good part because you look at portfolio diversifications, but in terms of writing, it can be improved a lot. So why not you go back in terms of the writing parts, right? Basically, and try to look at, let's say, try to find article. Are there anyone try to say that Islamic banks should diversify? What are the existing findings right now? So in that way, you can motivate your work there. And then we can communicate later on regarding this thing. Okay? But this one is a good topic that you can look into. Okay? And let me, the topics that I'm so much basically interested to look at the final finding, this topic, right? Digital financial inclusions and economic growth, where again, I put in, everything is good in terms of those cases. The only thing, the clarity of objective that I give just example before, right? And why OIC have not been highlighted in the introductions, and also the theories, for example. Now the theories here is more or less in terms of finance and growth theories, not any other theories, finance and growth theories as a basis. And then you bring up why digital financial inclusion would be an important dimension of financial development that we need to look at, right? Because your theory is here nothing more than finance and growth. The only thing, dimension is different. before people look at credit, now people look at inclusions, right? So that's that you have to look further in terms of basically the literature on the finance and growth that have been evolved into dimensions of finance, which focus on both credit and inclusions, right? Because that one really important. You look at literature, so you have to read more in terms of the literature, right? and finally, let me share the final one that I have for today's. Right? So this one is really good too. This one also a good thing. Look at finance literacy, okay? The only thing, the comment that I have made in this part here is that, right, the contribution parts, right? Because the way you write, the answer is quite obvious, which means that when you read them, then people will say, if wakaf literacy is important, and you have concluded it will enhance wakaf intention, for example, here. You mentioned wakaf literacy will enhance wakaf intentions. Why then you have to evaluate the impact of wakaf literacy on wakaf intentions? Because you already have the answer. Which means that you need to study. Right? When you give this recommendation, people will take it because this is right recommendations. You don't need research to back it up. That's what I try to say. So doesn't mean that your topic is not right, but then it means that your writing doesn't instill much inquiries into the topic, right? Doesn't instill that. Your introduction more of already provide the answer to the questions. You even provide recommendations in terms of contributions, for example. Right? So basically, you have to focus what are issues to be solved. For example, let's say your focus, I'm not sure whether millennial focus on, maybe the issues that need to be solved because the wakaf intention of millennial is too low based on the statistic, right? Too low. And this might be because of the low literacy that has been observed in terms of the wakaf literacy. But then for us to improve this, we have to have an idea on how wakaf literacy affect the intention, for example, which we do not know yet, right? Which we do not know yet because wakaf intention may be because of various factors. So those are type of things that you have to instill. And that's why I said motivations there need to be put in strongly so that you can motivate your work, right? So for all of you, you have continuing assignments, basically on this part, you have continuing assignment on this, right? Improve your introductions because I found those comments that I give you in general to be applicable to all. Improve, rewrite, and then we communicate offline. And I will try to ensure that I provide feedbacks as timely as possible, so within my time limit, timely as possible if you have inquiry on your introductions, right? And then next Monday, basically we'll see you again. I will see you again on writing introductions. Okay? And introduction will be a lot easier than literature review will be a lot easier than introductions. Introduction is more difficult part. Okay, I go to you back, Azizan.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Mansur. But I think there a question, Prof. Could the participant get the review version of the paper, Prof? So the track and change that you show us.
Could we get it? The two of them. Yeah, I will send to Nadia. Right? Inshallah. Yeah.
Okay, so for Bapak Ibu who asked the availability of the paper, could ask Mbak Nadia. Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Mansur. So do you have another closing statement, Prof, before we close this meeting?
Not much, but then you have to remember that doing research, right, is basically we try to get a new knowledge. We try to get a new understanding, some little bit new understanding of the subjects that we are passionate about, right? So basically, research is not a shortcut requiring hard work, right? You should not stop reading. And that one most important part. Reading would be very important. Do not stop reading. You decide these are your topic that you have big interest in. Invest your time in reading to get more knowledge, because you do not want to replicate what people have known, what we have done. You want to introduce a new thing, right? So for me, nothing much, right? Read and always question yourself, right? And that's the spirit of researchers. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. That is very insightful. So perhaps that will arise our spirit to be a researcher and produce so many articles. Okay, again, thank you so much, Prof. Mansur. So before we close the session, I just want to remind all of us here, especially for the participant, don't forget to fill the attendance list that already attached in the chat box. And as the request from the committee, before we close this session, we need to take a picture. So please, all of the participants in this room, in this screen, please switch on your camera and we can take the picture first. Yes, please, Bapak Ibu. Yeah, who will take the picture?
Yeah, Mas Azizon.
Okay, yeah. Yes. You can lead the take picture session, Mas.
Oke, Bapak Ibu semua, maybe kita bisa mengambil gambar sekarang. 1, 2, 3. Ya, sekali lagi Bapak Ibu. 1, 2, 3. Ya, oke, Mas Azizon.
Okay, thank you so much, Mas.
Picture taken by Dr. Ais.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Ais. Okay, so we are arriving in the final time of our session today. So nice to meet you all of the participants, especially Prof. Mansur. Hopefully we can meet together again next Monday, inshallah. So just prepare yourself for the next insightful session from Prof. Mansur. Okay, well, Bapak Ibu, I think we can close the session for today. So I, as the moderator, I do my apologies if there is something wrong from my presentation. So thank you so much again. And I think we can close the session by saying Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin.
Yeah, hopefully all of us can get the health condition, can run all of our activities well. Okay, thank you so much again. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much, Prof. Mansur.